Saturday. Saturday. Oh, good evening, everyone. I'm going to ask if all of our board members can take their seat and we can go ahead and call our meeting to order. Good evening. Yes. Tala. Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. We're going to call our meeting to order. And I will ask if Mr. Tillman can lead us in the pledge.
Please rise.
Thank you. We are now at item 1.2, approval of the agenda. It's been moved and properly second. We will call for the vote, but I want to let the board members also know that the pad that's in front of you is going to pop up for us to vote, so we're going to try to work from that tonight. All right. It did show up. Did everyone vote?
I voted.
Is it going to show on the screen? Almost there. If not, I will. Is it unanimous? Yes. There it is. All right. Okay, motion carried. Great. Okay, we're now moved to 1.4. Obviously, I skipped over 1.3. 1.4, inspirational message today is by our own Dr. Barbara Flores.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Would you please put the slide on the screen? Since yesterday was our commemoration of Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday, I thought that this quote was apropos. We need leaders not in love with money, but in love with justice. Not in love with publicity, but in love with humanity. And in my college years, the first time I went to college was in the 60s. And Dr. King was so inspirational to us as students, college students, in terms of, taking positions of justice and humanity. And that's how I was raised. And tonight, we're going to be honoring several groups, community groups, our Rotary Club for the Rotary Leadership Award. This is an example of leadership for humanity. The Dignity Health, who's giving our Making Hope Fund $2,663,000. That's an example of leadership for humanity and justice. We have teachers in our district who have gotten awards, who are, for example, we just got the Golden Bell Award, the Common Core Demonstration Teachers Program. And they are examples of humanitarians. Our own San Manuel Band of Indian is supporting our crossing guards at Belvedere and Serrano Middle Schools. And they give to our community and our school district lovingly all the time. We have our COPE leadership, who's always helping our community. ICUC, our parent groups, DAC, DLAC, They are our leaders in our community, give hope to our community. Tonight also, Visión y Compromiso are donating therapy for our parents at no cost. All these little things are examples of leadership, and they don't seem to be just the call for justice, but by loving each other and giving to each other, that is a form of justice. It is a form of helping each other in our community and our humanity, and lifting each other up. That's how I see our work as our board members, and our administration, our staff. We are leaders in terms of providing decisions that will lift everybody up. And so today, in honor of Dr. Martin Luther King, I salute him. I salute all he stood for. We do as a board and as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, for that wonderful inspiration. Thank you. Item 2.1, Rotary Youth Leadership Awards is our first presentation. Oh, Maria Garcia, thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today as we celebrate two valuable alliances with local organizations that are committed to helping our students learn beyond the boundaries. Later in the program, we will recognize a group of dedicated educators who are making hope happen for our students through their exemplary teaching. We will start by honoring the leaders of the 4 local Rotary clubs. They deserve our praise because they went above and beyond to invite close to 100 of our students to participate in the Rotary Youth Leadership Awards. Mr. Ben Rengifo, president of the San Bernardino Crossroads Rotary Club, will share a little bit about their experience, and then we will present special certificates of recognition for their exceptional service to our students. Welcome, President Rengifo. The podium is yours.
Thank you, and I feel honored to be here. I see many of you who I recognize as community advocates for our youth. And this story would not have been possible had it not been for a series of coincidences. And there are a lot of people to be thankful. I'm only going to spend a few minutes here because I think the youth who actually went to the RILA camp should be the majority of the 10 minutes that we have. But there are a few thanks to go around. Number one, our district governor, Melanie Rice, for this area. She had a vision to have a 3rd RILA. And without that platform, we're not here today because we would have gone through our normal way of life of how we do things with the 2 RILAs we normally staff for with the youth of San Bernardino. But with that, one day Jesus Medina called and he said, hey, we need some more kids. Somehow, some way, I had Dr. Del Marsden's cell phone in my smartphone, and I had never used it. And I think I used it at the right time. But in this story, there has to be a recipient that has an even grander vision. And I want to thank Dr. Del Marsden for believing in our youth. And I know you believe in them. But this was extra special because, there is a talk about social and emotional. And what is that? Well, that's leadership skills. That's the soft skills. That's the empathy and compassion that the workforce of tomorrow needs today. And that's what you guys believe in. In this story, this is a collaboration of 4 clubs because this happened right before Thanksgiving. And nobody was around during Thanksgiving. And then when they got back on December the 2nd, we basically had a week to get our act together. So 4 Rotary clubs. We have Harry Holmes, his club from the San Bernardino Club, the 100-year-old club. All the other ones were a little younger. San Bernardino Crossroads, San Bernardino North, which is Maria Jessie Knapp, the president, as well as Jesus Medina, president of the San Bernardino Sunset Rotary Club. In 3 days, we interviewed about 180 kids over 9 high school sites, and we made about 110 offers to go to camp. And a lot of kids went to camp. Those kids, Ginger Ontiveros, where are you? Okay. Because without Ginger, this doesn't happen either. Because Dell just said yes. And said, Ginger, go make it happen. And then so it was stuck right there between her and I and the rest of the presidents. So thank you, Ginger, because you spend a lot of time on the phone with me. Also our camp director, Mike Norkin. He basically bent all the rules. They have some pretty strict rules. But anyways, we were registering kids in the parking lot there at Arrowhead bowling lanes. So I don't want to take up more time, but I do want to, I know there's a lot of people to thank. From my club, I see here Barbara Babcock, Manzur Massey, Brish Elawar, her husband, Ashab Elawar, that was there interviewing. And I'll just let each president introduce their own folks. But where is Stephanie Limon? You have some kids ready to talk? All right, bring them on up. I think that the kids... they're going to tell you their story.
RILA was definitely an eye-opening experience as it taught me many skills that are applicable as a leader, such as being open-minded to those around you, as I was able to meet new people and make many close friends that I am still in contact with today at RILA. It has helped me reach a higher potential and see myself in a different light, from all those motivating speeches given to us at RILA to the interactions and relationships I created with positive people that made me see myself differently. I'll never forget the culture walk from RILA, which was an activity that spoke about real-world issues. It made me realize that although at times we think we are alone in our issues, we are not, and a lot of us students and people at RILA were going through the same issues. All around me were people emotional and others comforting them. Even within my assigned group, we were all comforting each other as the issues hit close to home, and as we were there for each other, it made us realize that we were not alone. I now have a different outlook, not only on how to be a leader and use the leadership skills that I learned at RILA, but by having an overall different outlook on life. And since then, I know for a fact that my life has changed for the better, as it was a life-changing experience which shaped my character immensely, as now I have become more outgoing and reach for what I want. And I know that my classmates that attended RILA feel the exact same way as we discussed its impact on us. Therefore, I'd like to thank the superintendent, Mr. Marsden, and to everyone who was able to help the Arroyo Valley students attend RILA, because I wouldn't have had this amazing experience if it hadn't been funded for. Thank you.
Can you tell us your name
Paula Valdivia.
and what year are you?
Excuse me?
What year are you in?
Oh, I'm a junior in 11th grade.
Okay, and say your name again.
Paula Valdivia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there another student? You can use that podium also right there. You want to go? Okay.
Hi, I'm John Alvarado. I go to San Bernardino High School. I'm currently a junior. Hi, my name is Ricardo Munoz, and I go to San Bernardino High School, and I'm currently a junior.
My name is Damian Ramirez, and I go to San Bernardino High School, and I'm a junior.
So, what Ryla meant to me was getting out of your comfort zone and meeting new people, learning new experiences, I guess just being more outgoing and stuff like that. I really liked it because I got to meet new people. I did things and I met people that I never thought I would meet. And then, as Paula said, one of my favorite things was the culture walk because we did talk about personal things like, just real world issues.
Want to go? So I enjoyed Ryla because you gotta connect with people, and you gotta connect with them in a way you can't really normally do it in like class. It was an overall fun experience.
Alright, so I'm a little nervous. I have stage fright, so alright. Yeah, Ryla. Right, so Ryla for me was a pretty fun experience because I get to meet new people and learn through them. And there was also new experiences that, well, like the culture walk, everybody has their different problems and perspectives in a way, I guess. And, well, everybody, like, felt like a connection within each other, I guess, in a way. And, yeah, overall it was a fun experience for me, and I learned new things.
Congratulations.
Hello and good evening, everyone. My name is Miguel Antonio, and I am from Arroyo Valley High School. I am a senior, and I just want to say, from Arroyo Valley High School, we sent about 23 students, and then we just want to say thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Because at Arroyo, we like taking any chances that we can get, and then from this chance that we were able to get, we learned a lot, and then we got just to see see something different that we never seen before. So this was like a great opportunity for everyone to see, and like just seeing this for you guys giving us the opportunity just to express ourselves and see like what's more out there in the world. Because having Arroyo Valley, we're not really we don't get ready to go out there as much, but for you guys giving us the opportunity to go out and explore, it really opened our minds more. And we just want to say thank you so much, and we're ready for the next camp. Thank you.
Let's plug in.
Thank you, students, for sharing your powerful stories. Now it is time to recognize the Rotary officials who made your camp happen. Please come forward when I call your name. Bess Rengifo, President, San Bernardino Crossroads Rotary Club. I apologize. We need to give the board time to make their way down front. Next up is Harry Holmes, President, San Bernardino Rotary Club. Jesus Medina, President, San Bernardino Sunset Rotary Club. Do we have anyone representing San Bernardino North Rotary Club? Please come forward. Dr. Mansour Massi, representing Rotary District 5330. And we have Martha Pickney, past and incoming president, and she is representing San Bernardino North Rotary Club. And Mike Norkin, Ryla Camp Director. Okay, Mike couldn't be with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause for helping our students reach their potential. Thank you.
I want to thank the high school principals for making this happen too. But I want to have, there was 9 high schools, and Arroyo Valley High School sent 23 kids, the most. And San Bernardino High School was right behind them. So I want to recognize those two, Antoinette and Stephanie from Arroyo. I know she's not the principal, but she's a rock star.
Thank you. Now it is time to show our appreciation to another community partner that is helping our students address mental health issues so they can thrive in school and in life. Please help me welcome Dignity Health representatives who will present a check to the Making Hope Happen Foundation for a regional youth mental health initiative. Please welcome Doug Kleem, President of Dignity Health St. Bernardine Medical Center.
Good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here tonight, and I do want to make note that some of our youth use their phones for their meeting notes, and some of us use paper based on when we grew up. So, but first of all, I want to introduce some of our members here. We have Linda McDonald, our Senior Vice President of Mission Services, Southern California for Dignity Health. We have Kathleen McDonald, our Director of Mission Services at St. Bernardine. Dulce Becerra, our Manager for Health for St. Bernardine. So Dignity Health is at Community Hospital San Bernardino and St. Bernardine. And so just a couple of things about the grant before I talk a little bit more about it. But the scope of the problem that we have with our youth and taking care of them. So 50% of the youth before the age of 14 show some form of mental health. So they manifest before their opportunity there for us to help them. 75% young people with mental health problems. And the suicide rate for young adults, actually the third leading cause of death. So there's lots of challenges out there. How can we do something? Is that better? Okay. I won't start over. But what we're overall, when you look at youth that may have been have some trauma in their life, homelessness, family-related issues, foster care placement, may have been involved in the justice system, the likelihood of them having challenges with their mental health increase significantly. So overall, our goal is how do we prevent that from happening? And so Dignity Health, in partnering with the UniHealth Foundation, has committed to working with the Making Hope Foundation for over the next 3 years, over $4 million in Southern California. So overall, the project is really about raising awareness in our schools, training the trainers, and really it's called the Cultural Trauma and Mental Health Resiliency Project, which is designed to provide training for adults who regularly interact with young people to identify mental health issues, address the impacts of any trauma or stigma they may have, and really increase their resiliency. How do they respond to these things to make sure that they're doing well and we're taking care of them as we go forward? So it's really linking the youth to mental health resources and support in the community. So over the course of the next 3 years, we'll be looking throughout Southern California to say, how do we provide the resources? And for San Bernardino and the Making Hope Happen Foundation, this year we are providing a $263,000 grant to the city and the foundation in order to take care of our youth. The intent is to train over 48 instructors and provide education and training to over 4,000 students during this period of time. So it is our great pleasure to provide the check and to provide the support that our community needs and the resources to help those that are most needed. I also noticed that Ina, who is from Community Hospital San Bernardino, is here with us tonight, and she is the Director of Business Development. And so it is part of our overall commitment to the city and ensuring that our youth have the resources they need and that they grow up to be productive adults in our society, which I think is the greatest gift we can give them. So with that, we have the check.
And before you leave, I want to personally thank you for the work that you've done over the years with Midnight Hoops and Angel over at San Bernardino High School. It's an amazing program. It's benefited many, many students. When I walk in the gym and see all those students there late at night doing something constructive, and the love and compassion and the help that Angel provides those young men and women that attend, it's amazing. So I love that partnership. I know you've been doing it for a long time, but I just wanted to make sure I mention how valuable Angel is to the community. Thank you, and thank you for the check.
So can everybody stand up from Dignity that's here tonight? So we're going to have everybody come down and come on down. I do want to comment and thank you. I know the Family Focus Center, which is across from the high school, has been there we just celebrated actually 25 years of support for the community, and it's really our pleasure to do that. And Angel is a wonderful person who's given back for many, many years.
Thank you, Doug, and thank you, Dignity Health. If we have any other representatives from Dignity Health, please join us. We also invite Dr. Sam Gibbs, President of the Making Hope Happen Foundation, and other foundation board members, Nikki Detman, Eddie Garcia, and Alton Garrett, to come forward. I see they're already forward. Let's give Dignity Health another round of applause for investing in our youth. Our recognition tonight continues by honoring the only teacher in all of San Bernardino County to become a National Board Certified Teacher in 2019. You heard it right. Just one teacher in the largest county in the U.S. earned this prestigious credential last year. Before I invite Davidson Elementary School teacher Faith Hurst Belinsky to join us, let me tell you why all of San Bernardino City Unified is so proud of her accomplishment. Earning national board certification is a rigorous process that can take up to 3 years. It involves intense work and extensive classroom analysis. Self-reflection is an important component that helps teachers hone their teaching strategies. While it certainly is an arduous endeavor for teachers, research shows that students who are taught by national board certified teachers perform significantly better academically. Faith, please come forward to receive a certificate of recognition from our Board of Education and Superintendent Dr. Dale Marsden. Faith is joined by Davidson principal, Ms. Brianna York, and we invite Faith's family to also come forward. San Bernardino Teachers Association President Ashley Vidas Alcala is here, and she's going to join us to congratulate Faith.
Thank you, Maria. So we just, on behalf of the Teachers Association and Morgan Pelletier, who is one of our other National Board Certified teachers who can't be here tonight, we also wanted to honor Faith and let you know some other information about National Board Certification. It was designed to develop, retain, and recognize accomplished teachers and to generate ongoing improvement in schools nationwide. And it is the most respected professional certification that is available to K-12 education. It was created for teachers, by teachers, and the National Board standards represent a consensus among educators about what accomplished teachers should know and be able to do. There are 25 certificate areas that span 16 disciplines from pre-K through 12th grade. So there are 4 of us that are currently certified. Faith is now included in that, myself, Morgan, and Jason Scott from Fairfax. We also have 14 previously certified educators in our district. Some are now administrators. So we want to thank the board for their commitment to excellent classroom teaching, and we also have a California pin and a t-shirt to present to Faith tonight.
We are very fortunate to have Faith join the more than a dozen SBCUSD educators who have continued their quest for quality teaching by becoming National Board Certified teachers. Let's give Faith another round of applause. At this time, we will recognize more model teachers whose classrooms serve as a training ground for thousands of other district teachers. As you may know, in December, the California School Boards Association awarded a prestigious Golden Bell Award to our very own demonstration teacher program. This award recognizes exemplary programs that contribute to student success and are worthy of being replicated across the state. Now we want to honor the teachers who helped make this program a success. When I call your name, please come forward. We invite your administrators to also join us. We're starting with our elementary school demonstration teachers. Denise Balderrama, Anton. Debbie Nation, Bradley. Carol Soul, Belvedere. Amber Carney, Brown. Rosa Hernandez, Cole. Rachel Castle, Emerton and Community Day School. Amy Klein, Emerton. Christy Leader, Fairfax. Caroline Amberson, Henry. Heidi Widener, Holcomb. Jessica Alonso, Lincoln. Hortensia Reynoso, Lincoln. Marilyn Murad, Monterey. Wes Swager, North Park. Renita Marshall Martin, Parkside. Kim Thomas, Rio Vista. Maribel Alba, Warm Springs. And Al Mesones, Wilson. Come on, Mary. Congratulations to our elementary school demonstration teachers. Want to leave it up here? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now for our middle school demonstration teachers. We're going to start with Chavez Elementary School, Dr. Robert Morales, principal. And from Chavez Middle School, we have demonstration teachers Gina Barragone and Connie Jones. From Curtis Middle School, Dr. Latanya Greer, principal, Vanny Matsalia, Ashley Ortiz, Treg Painter, and Chris Petricioni. From Golden Valley Middle School, Gabriel Diaz, principal, Kim Branch, and Angela Olton. From King Middle School, Maria Jauregui, principal, Chidima Kalu. From Pacuma K-8 School, Victoria Morales Principal, Cynthia Becker. And Tracy Kelly, who also teaches at Kimbark Elementary School. From Rodriguez Prep Academy, Randy Clyde Principal, Darren Haynes, and Kelsey Smith. From Serrano Middle School, Michelle Cleveland Principal, Robin Irajeta, and Ryan Webb. And these are our middle school demonstration teachers. Let's give them another round of applause. And now we have our high school demonstration teachers. We're starting with the Arroyo Valley High School, Bernardo Valenzuela Principal. From Arroyo Valley, Keith Brocky, Laura Gallardo, Carmen Mercer, and Scott Smith. From Cajon High School, Tina Bishop Principal, Steve Imbriani. Roger Light, Tom Pham, and Austin Piazza. From Indian Springs High School, Kristen Baikondova Principal, we have Ron Del Monte. Misha Takia, Yasmin West, and Brian Williamsey. From Pacific High School, Dr. Natalie Raimundo Principal, we have teacher Angela Quinlan. From San Andreas High School, Ed Hensley Principal, we have Barbara Pastuchek. From San Gorgonio High School, Dion Clark Principal, we have John Brannon and Michael Dole. Michael Dahl. If there are any demonstration teachers whose names were not called, I apologize, but please come forward for the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together one more time for these model teachers. Next up, we will honor the talented educators who work for the Human Resources Division and are also important to the success of the demonstration teacher program. They work tirelessly to recruit, train, and retain the best teachers for our students. We will begin with Employee Development Director Mary Pierce. She is followed by Assistant Director of Employee Development, Shauna Smith. Next up is Lead Demonstration Teacher Morgan Pelletera. Morgan could not join us, but we want to thank her for her dedication to quality teaching. Our last honoree as part of the demonstration teacher program is Program Specialist Seth Freeling. Ladies and gentlemen, as they prepare for their photo, let's show our appreciation for these devoted educators. Thank you. This concludes our recognition for tonight.
Who's that? Oh, you too?
No. So again, congratulations to everyone on their awards and their recognition. We thank you so much for your amazing contribution to our school district. We're now at item 2.5, resolution in recognition of African American History Month. And we will start to my right, and then we'll work our way down. Item 2.6 will be read by Mike Gallo, and 2.7 by Dr. Wyatt, if you will. We'll be prepared.
Whereas Americans of African descent contributed to the development of our nation in countless ways and participated in every effort to secure, protect, and maintain the essence and substance of American democracy. Whereas African American history reflects a spirit of determination, perseverance, ingenuity, and cultural pride in the struggle to share equally in the opportunities of our nation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District declares February 2020 as a period of recognition of African American history and encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities that commemorate the history and the contributions of African American citizens. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 2.6, resolution in recognition of National School Counseling Week.
Whereas the theme of National School Counseling Week 2020 is school counselors providing lessons for life. And whereas school counselors are passionate about their commitment to helping students and are an integral part of the educational process that enables all students to succeed in school. Therefore, be it resolved that the Superintendent and the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District join California and the nation in recognizing February 4 through 8, 2000 as National School Counseling Week, and encourage all of our schools to set aside this week to acknowledge the outstanding and selfless contributions school counselors make to our students and our schools. So move.
So moved. Oh,
It's been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 2.7, resolution in recognition of Ronald Reagan Day.
Thank you, Madam President. February 6th of each year has officially been designated as Ronald Reagan Day in California. On February 6th, the San Bernardino City Unified School District joins other organizations in towns and cities across California in recognizing the achievements of our 33rd governor and our nation's 40th president. Whereas Ronald Wilson Reagan was born on February 6, 1911, and served as California governor from 1967 to 1975. And whereas known for his small-town values of hard work, tolerance, and the importance of education, Ronald Reagan was sworn in as the nation's 40th president on January 20th, 1981, and continued to serve until 1989, a period when our nation experienced unprecedented economic growth and prosperity. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of the San Bernardino City Unified School District encourages all district schools to undertake educational activities on February 6, 2020, to honor the life and accomplishments of Ronald Reagan. So move.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. If there's, I'm sorry. It was a
Second.
a ringing, yeah, it was.
I'll just
Abigail?
second it because I didn't hear it either.
What's up? You didn't hear? Abigail? You get it? Okay. Motion carried. Thank you. We are now at item 3.1. Are there any public comments for a closed session? No? All right, item 3.2 will now adjourn for closed session. Thank you so much for your patience. We're going to resume in a moment. Get former board members back. It's just you and me. You have Abigail, and then here comes Mr. Tillman. All right, we're now resuming from closed session. Item 4.1, elementary school principal appointment. I know that one might have been here with us, so hopefully you're here because we want to acknowledge you. All right, board members, here we go. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employees. Colleen Williams, Director, Student Wellness and Support Services, effective date, work, year, and salary to be determined. Alefsam Bahavana Lily, Elementary School Principal, Bonnie Ohl, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Can we take those together, or did I need to ask you guys? You want to do one? Can we do them together? That's what I thought. Okay, yes, together.
Moved.
It's been moved in second, so we are going to vote. You can't? Okay, no worries. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna read it again so we can do them one at a time so she can get us set up with the electronics. So that's William Colleen, Director of Student Wellness and Support Services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. Danny
I made the motion.
did, and Scott, Dr. Wyatt. This is for Director of Student Wellness.
Ms. Cunningham, I think they have the items swapped, so we'll need to have them vote on. They're voting right now on item 4.2, and then they'll come back to item 4.1.
At the principal?
That's a principal.
Wait, 4 point,
We can vote them for them in separate order.
you're right, they were typed. You're at 4.2 is what we did.
Thank you to our public. We're learning our new system, and it'll take us a
It's
few times.
4.2 is on this, one is up there, okay. Okay. So I'm going
So
to.
why don't we keep it at 4.1, and then let's go ahead and have a motion, a second, Madam President?
Yes, and that's on Alefsam Bahavana Lily, Elementary School Principal, Bonnie Ohl.
We already had the motion.
And I'm reading again so she can bring up,
Call for the vote.
yes. Okay.
I'm not connected to the server right now.
Okay, motion carried. So are you here with us? Hello, stand up so we can congratulate you and your family. Thank you so much. Congratulations to you.
Welcome, congratulations. Pleasure to see your family as well tonight. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you for your patience. Okay, so we will go now to 4.2 again. And that was, do you have did you have the motion? Oh, okay, so I'm going to read this again so we can get it right. Williams Collins, Director of Student Wellness and Support Services, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second.
And those that are not able to vote via your device, please just signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Mr. Gallo, okay.
Gallo and Dr. Hill, thank you.
Did you get Mr. Tillman? Mr. Tillman? And motion carried. Thank you so much. And thank you again for bearing with us. We're going to get this, but just a little quirks in there. All right, is Colleen here with us? Thank you. All right, congratulations to you. Congratulations. Okay. Okay, we are now moving to 5.1. Our student board members are here with us, and we want to hear your report. Right.
Hi, I'm Kayla Duhart. I will be speaking on behalf of Indian Springs. We are making a movement to strengthen the self-confidence many of our students suffer with. The first activity we have already begun is open mic at our lunches, where students are encouraged to be open with their talents. Within ASB, posters and flyers have been made to give these students a burst of confidence to feel good about themselves. And now we are on to the classic compliment cards, in which we have made over 100 compliment cards to pass out to different students. And the hope is that they pass it on and brighten someone else's day.
Thank you.
So, me and my fellow board members have been discussing this since the San Diego trip. We wanted to request that if it's possible for the remainder of our meetings, that we may be granted the ability to vote on certain discussions that we're able to vote on, because I know that when we were on the trip, we actually met a lot of student board members that had that ability. So, as we're in this position, we wanted to be able to have more impact to help. And also, I lost my train of thought. Okay, so I was at school. Obviously, there's a lot of like push to college to apply, and they give us all the help we need to be able to apply. But when it comes to student debt and to like everything that happens afterwards, I just think it would be a good idea to like add maybe financial literacy and things like that, because we learn algebra, but we need to figure out how to manage our money. So I think it's just one of those things that can be important so that we can learn for future reference.
Thank you for your comments, and that is great. And we have set in on the student board members kind of training, and you do have the ability to weigh in on the votes. It's just that they call them, and I don't know if Dr. Volkermer, or there's a term for it. I don't want to use the word ceremonial, but they did say something to that nature, that the type of vote it is. Can you speak to that?
I apologize. I'm drawing the same blank on the term that you
Yeah,
are.
I know, and I know
President Rogers.
that came up.
Let me
but
research it, and I'll.
Okay,
and I'll
thank
be
you.
happy to bring it
But
back
thank
to
you
the
for
board.
bringing that up. And then also to your second comment, we appreciate that, because we'll be in dialogue with the senator as well as the state superintendent surround financial literacy coming up in the next couple of weeks. So you guys are right on point, and we'll take your voice with you, and maybe we can even take you with us. Ms. Rosales?
First of all, thank you for bringing that up. And there was a board member, a student board member in the, last year that also asked about having the ability to vote. So there's one thing I may be even looking at resolutions. There might be items that are natural that they can participate and be part of. That doesn't directly impact maybe the budget and so forth. But those items, I would like to look at them being able to participate in voting. And then also looking at maybe other ways how we make sure that we include their voice during items that they can make sure that they have voice in. I know that you do leave earlier, but maybe they can also have a way of writing a note for us just in case or so forth if you have questions on a certain specific item.
Great idea. Thank you so much.
Madam President?
Yes.
Yeah, on the issue of the voting, I thought it was the law that they voted, their vote couldn't.
Is not recorded.
Binding, right? They
Right,
could-
it's
could
not, but it's a
sway.
ceremonial type of.
And then
It's a term.
on the financial literacy, I think it's made a great point. But I would take this opportunity to tell the students of San Bernardino, there are a lot of inexpensive ways of going to college. Even San Bernardino Valley College is taking a lot of students, and you don't have to pay any money. I just did FAFSA for a young man, and you get Cal grants and Pell grants. And if you choose your schools, you don't have to spend a whole lot of money to get a four-year education. Now, if you want to go to a UC or a private school and you don't get a scholarship, then it costs you more money. But my house, with my own kids, what I did was, if you got the scholarship, you went to any school you wanted to. But if you didn't, and you went to a school that was like a Cal State school that was less expensive. So someone went to a private school with the scholarship. The ones that didn't, went to the four-year school, and the cost really gets minimized. And if your family doesn't make a whole lot of money, or if you're deemed homeless, it's easier to apply for grants, just as long as you use that money in a way where you're only looking at schools that don't cost as much money. And I think it's smart to have the attitude that you want to graduate without a lot of debt. And I tell students all the time, someone who graduates with a teaching credential and a teaching degree from USC makes the same thing as a teacher that graduates from a teaching credential and a degree at Cal State San Bernardino. So, you may not be able to do the gold Trojan thing, but you're going to get paid the same amount of money.
Thank you for those comments.
That's cool.
We are now going to move to item 6.1, public comments. Public comment is a time during the agenda when the Board of Education is prepared to receive comments from the members of the public on any matters within the board's jurisdiction. The public may address the board on any relevant matter, including but not limited to specific items on the agenda. Policies, regulations, and procedures of the district, comments on program services or operations of the district, fiscal matters of the district, or other matters of concern to the board in its official capacity. This is the only time on the agenda that the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda. Leave your requests in the box provided. When recognized, step to the podium, give your full name, and limit your comments to no more than 5 minutes. If more than 6 people wish to speak on the topic, only 30 minutes total will be allotted. Dr. Marsden?
Good evening, and thank you for your patience. The board welcomes Ian Franklin. Evening, Mr. Franklin.
Good evening. For those of you that don't know who I am, I'm the CEO and founder of Project Fighting Chance. I'm here merely today, and it's long overdue, to thank the board for allowing us the privilege of extending services to the youth on the west side of San Bernardino. Just like to take you through an experience of a kid that comes through our gym. It's a gym and an enrichment program. They come through, and from 3 to 5 after their snack, they get a workout. It's just a physical activity. And there's something that assists an aggressive, stressed out kid that might be overly aggressive, that might have low self-esteem. The boxing workout is very therapeutic. And it's very strategic that we start our program with that, because after the beginning boxing program at 5 o'clock, they go over to the enrichment room and they get tutoring. We have volunteers from Valley College who give them academic help if they need it. And then they tap into their creative juices. Depending on what day it is, there's an electric guitar day, there's 2 days of chess club, and there's an art day. So we understand that we have a pretty good boxing team, but I want to emphasize, and I haven't done it enough, that 5 kids travel this country and do very well. But we have 300 signed up participants that take part in tutoring, electric guitar lessons, they come to eat, they take part in art, and they just enjoy the camaraderie of a 4-hour program every day. So I just want to, it's long overdue, just extend an attitude of gratitude toward the board. So I appreciate your assistance. We have been a CAPS provider for 3 years now, and we are thankful to have a partnership with the school district. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you for what you do for our children.
President?
Yes, Mr. Tillman.
I just want to commend Ian Franklin on the work he does in San Bernardino. I mean, he's from San Bernardino. Me and Ian actually worked together as 14-year-olds in the CETA program. And I've seen the students he's worked with and the impact he's made. And before you were working with the CATS program, it was by hook or by crook. I remember when you first started at Ecclesia Christian Center. So I hope we can continue working with you, and thank you for all the time you've given back to the community.
Hold on a second. Mr. Bell?
Ian, I wonder if you could start a boxing program for the board. That might be a good way to
knew I
start
went
off
too far.
some of these board meetings.
But we do want to thank you. Actually, we were sitting at the table, Ms. Rosales and Dr. Wyatt at the breakfast, and we have been talking for a number of years about the importance of bringing our youth out to those type of events. And we know you had a table of youth, and they have done some stellar things for the city. But it's important for them to be able to come out and mingle and see these are the people that are supporting them. So that was noted, and we saw that, and we're encouraging others to do the same.
Thank
So
you very
thank
much.
you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Board welcomes Mr. Alfredo Aguero. Good evening, Mr. Aguero.
Buenas tardes a todos.
Good evening, all of you.
Primeramente, mi nombre es Alfredo Agüero y soy organizador comunitario en la área de educación especial.
My name is Alfredo Huero, and I'm a community organizer in special ed.
Quisiera venir hoy con un gracias. Estoy agradecido con lo que estamos haciendo. Estamos haciendo mucho por nuestros estudiantes de educación especial.
I would like to be here saying thank you. We're doing a lot for our special ed kids, and everything that we're doing, it's good.
Desgraciadamente sigo con lo mismo.
But sadly, I'm here with the same thing.
Desde noviembre del 2018 he estado pidiendo una cita para poder hablar con alguno de los miembros del board.
Since November 18, 2018, I've been asking for a meeting so I can talk to any of you guys of the board.
Se lo pedí a la señora Abigail.
I had asked Miss Abigail.
Se lo pedí al señor Marsden.
I had asked Mr. Marcy.
Y hasta la fecha no he tenido ninguna cita.
And until now, I have not had a meeting.
Viene gente aquí hablando de cosas bonitas que están haciendo sin siquiera darnos las gracias al grupo que ha trabajado tanto por lo que está pasando en educación especial.
A lot of people come saying all these nice things that they're doing without appreciating what we have done for special ed.
Hablan de grupos de apoyo,
They talk about support groups.
hablan de eventos en el CAC,
They talk about different events on
Woohoo!
CAC.
60 members. Woohoo! Those people are for different people. Padres Empoderando Padres en San Bernardino son un grupo de padres que están haciendo todo eso posible.
Parents empowering parents is what's making that possible.
Y yo todo lo que estoy recibiendo son cartas de los abogados del distrito con acusaciones falsas.
All I'm getting are letters from lawyers with false accusations.
Hice una forma formal de quejas, se las mandé al board, a todos los miembros y se las mandé al señor Marty.
I made a formal letter about saying complaints, and I had sent them.
Lo quise someter desde enero 8 y no me lo aceptaron hasta enero 17. Tengo el sello aquí.
I tried to submit this since January. ¿Qué fue la fecha que dijo?
A enero 8.
I started doing it since January 8th, but they didn't accept it till January 17.
Al día siguiente, después de enero 8 que lo quise someter, el día 9 recibí una carta de los abogados del distrito.
After I tried to submit this on the 7th. The next day, I received a letter from the lawyers from the district.
Acusaciones solo por estar diciendo que les están violando la Brown Act.
Violations saying that I'm saying things like just because I'm telling you that you guys are violating the Brown Act.
Violaciones a los estatutos del CAC.
Violations on the bylaws of CAC.
Y violaciones contra las personas de los derechos civiles contra personas deshabilitadas.
And violating civil rights with disabled people.
Por estar tratando de abogar por sus propios hijos, que es ridículo.
Trying to advocate for their own children, and that is ridiculous.
Intimidación y represalias es todo lo que estamos recibiendo.
Intimidating is all that we are receiving.
Al grado que a los eventos donde me presento, me están mandando a los oficiales de policía.
To the point where wherever I go, there are police officers there.
Y el temor no es para mí, créanmelo. El temor se lo están haciendo a los padres.
And you're not scaring me, let me tell you, you're only scaring the parents.
Estamos tratando de que los padres se acerquen aquí al distrito a dar las gracias, a pedir ayuda para sus hijos y las intimidaciones, todo lo que están recibiendo.
We are trying to get parents to come to the district, to get involved in the district, to ask for the help they need for their child. And all they're getting is just being intimidated.
Sé que el tono de mi voz no es suavecita como para que se oiga de una manera sutil.
I know that sometimes my voice is not gentle, that it doesn't sound nice.
Y puede ser parte del problema mío,
And maybe that's my problem,
pero no es eso. Es lo que digo en realidad, lo que les molesta.
but it's not that. It's what I'm telling you, what really bothers you.
Porque si yo estuviera diciendo mentiras, yo me hubieran acusado de algo.
Because if I would be lying, then you would have already accused me of something.
Si yo estuviera haciendo algo, estuviera haciendo un crimen, ya me hubieran acusado de algo.
If I wouldn't done a crime, you had already accused me of something.
Venir a abogar por los estudiantes de educación especial, no me voy a cansar de hacerlo. Mientras tenga vida, aquí voy a estar. No me van a detener.
Coming to advocate and talk for the special ed students, it's something that I'm going to do for the rest of my life. You're not going to stop me.
Y menos con mentiras e intimidaciones, por favor, paren eso. Están afectando a los estudiantes, no a mí.
And especially with things that are not true. Please stop that. You are affecting the students, not me.
Quiero pedir otra vez, por última vez,
I want to ask for the last time.
denos una cita.
Give us an appointment.
Tenemos que aclarar esto.
We need to clear this out.
Creo que nadie está a gusto con esto, ni yo ni ustedes recibiendo que yo estén viniendo aquí diciendo lo que no están haciendo.
I know that we're not happy with any of this. I know you guys don't want me to be here and saying what I feel or what I think.
En la última cita me prometieron una reunión, no me lo han dado.
And the last time you guys promised a meeting and you guys have not given it to me.
¿Puedo recibir una cita, señora Rogers?
Can I get a meeting?
Are you done with your comments?
Ya terminó.
¿No me va a contestar?
You're not going to answer me?
Will I give you a meeting? Absolutely. This is the first time you asked me personally to have a meeting with you, and I will do that.
Thank you. Espero que esta sea la última vez que esto lo podemos arreglar. Esto no tiene que seguir, por favor.
Thank you. I think we can fix this. This doesn't have to go on.
Pero solamente hablando lo podemos arreglar.
But only if we talk, we can fix this.
Peleando por cosas de que están afectando a nuestros estudiantes no es justo.
Fighting for things that are affecting our students is not fair.
Ni para ustedes, ni para mí,
For-
ni para los estudiantes.
Neither for you guys or for me or for these students.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board welcomes Options for Youth. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing us. I am Rocio Garcia. I am the EL coach for Options for Youth. We just came today to share a little bit about what we're doing with our EL program at Options for Youth. I have here with me a parent, Susana Mesa. She is here also as a representative of our DLAC committee. So this is our first year. We started a DLAC committee. We have learned from the San Bernardino City Unified School District. We've gone to your DLAC meetings to learn about the process and make sure that we are using our own DLAC and doing it justice. So Susana would like to share a little bit about her experience with Options for Youth and DLAC and her experience for her student as well.
Buenas tardes a todos. Gracias por la oportunidad que nos dan. Como
Ahorita viene la señora.
buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Susana Mesa y soy un padre.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Susana Mesa and I am a parent.
Gracias por la oportunidad que nos dan de estar aquí y de escucharnos.
Thanks for the opportunity of letting us be here and listening to us.
Yo soy yo como padre me he convertido este año como miembro de este comité que estamos empezando con nuestra presidenta Rocío.
Me
Yo
as a
soy-
parent, I am getting involved and I has just been part of this committee that we are starting with Rocio.
Yo soy la secretaria de este comité, así que estoy teniendo esta oportunidad de ser parte de este comité
I am the secretary of this committee and I have this opportunity to be part of this committee
y de poder ayudar a mi estudiante que es aprendiz de inglés,
and to help my student that is a English learner.
pero no solamente tengo la oportunidad de ayudarle más a mi estudiante, sino también ayudarle a otros estudiantes que son aprendices de inglés, también como a otros padres.
Not only do I have the opportunity to help my own student, but also other students that are also English learners and also to other parents.
Y prácticamente esa es la motivación que yo tengo para estar en este comité, de ser parte de este comité, que podemos apoyarle a nuestros estudiantes y poder darle recursos para que ellos puedan lograr la meta que es reclasificarse.
And that is one of the things that makes me want to do this because that encouraged me to be here to help my students so they can get reclassified. Sorry.
Es todo. Muchísimas gracias por escucharnos.
That's all. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you very much.
I would also like to extend an invitation to all of you. Our next DLAC meeting will be held on Friday, March 13th. I have flyers here if anyone would like one. And we'll be covering task number 1, which is to complete our, not our school needs assessment, our LCAP review.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And board, those are all the comments from our public this evening.
Okay, and before we move to 7.1, I just want to give clarification to our student board members. I received some information. So it was Bill 261, the law for school board members in California, and it's called for preferential vote, an expression of preference, and that is to cast prior to the votes of the rest of the members of the board, although a student representative's vote is not counted in the outcome, but voting members can take the student's preference into consideration, which means it is important for you to weigh in and provide us information so that will help us better make our decision. So thank you for that.
What was it? It was AB or SB?
It is an AB 261.
Okay.
Yes.
So just for clarification, does that mean they can cast a vote, or they just weigh in their position on,
It's a preferential vote, an expression of preference.
right?
And it says prior to the vote of the rest.
Prior to the
So
vote,
they'll weigh in the comments.
They would weigh in the comments. Okay, thank you very much.
Could it be where they can vote, where you can see it and then we can do it? So that can give it more of a feeling that
Yeah.
it is being
being-
noticed? I don't know.
And we
more of
may
a
have
formal?
to do it, because Karen is still working on adding all those things. But I would certainly say it would be looked upon even when we can't vote to at least hear it out and hear what
Hear their positions.
Yes, to hear their position.
That's a big move.
So prior to the meetings, we'd like take a look at the agenda and
Yes.
see what's going on. And prior to your guys' vote, we give
You
our
can
thought
weigh
on
in,
it.
yes. So
Okay.
there'll be some, items in there, because I know you all usually leave a little bit earlier, because we're mindful of your time, but certainly we can work with you on that.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President,
yes.
would that be item by item, or would it be?
It'll just, being that we're training and helping them, we'll probably find that, in the very beginning of our agenda, start with
Okay.
that, something like that.
Perfect. Okay. And since our mothers are here, we kind of have to go.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're
they're
the
in front.
moms.
They're in the front.
Oh,
In
okay.
the car.
Okay.
I just wanted to wish Dr. Scott Wyatt happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
I noticed.
And it's Dr. Volkerman's birthday today as well.
Happy
But thank you
birthday.
for that.
Yeah.
All right.
I found it important.
Oh, thank you guys. We appreciate you, you students, stellar students. 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association. Is it, no, oh, they're shaking? No, okay, thank you. 7.2, California School Employees Association.
No comments?
Right. 7.3, Communication Workers of America.
No comments?
7.4, School Police Officers Association.
Comments?
Okay. We're now at 8.1, Administrative Report, Annual Audit Financial Report for fiscal year 2018-2019, presented from Business Services.
Yes, so we're ready for Ms. Christakos to introduce our guest.
Ms. Shiloh Gorospe will present the audit report for 2018-19.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here tonight.
Good evening.
I'm happy to present for you the audit results for the June 30, 2019 fiscal year. And if there are any questions, as usual, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. So I'll go through the report briefly and then take any of those questions. So our report always starts off with the auditor's opinion on the financial statements. And that's,
Shiloh,
yes?
And I didn't get it, you know, and I really think maybe we should go back to doing paper for a little while. Maybe doing paper and electronic at the same time, so that I haven't been getting there. But when I saw this on agenda, I
Yes,
was
Mr.
assuming we
Tillman,
were
I
gonna
don't
get
see it in there either. I don't
We
see
didn't
it.
get it, I didn't get it either, so I don't know if maybe, should we have to move this then? So we can be able to see the report before we have?
You can
Your
move the
mic.
table. I think
Maybe we
I'm the
can-
only one that got a written report, because I get a written, I got a written one as well.
So maybe we can,
Table it.
The attachment is
but I
not
want to be
there.
able to read through it. I'm not gonna read through it tonight.
No, absolutely. What I might suggest is, and I'm happy to come back at a future meeting to go through it and answer questions to give you more time. I do believe there is a requirement in Ed Code that you will still need to accept the report tonight. There's a deadline to do that, which is by January 31st. So we can coordinate with Janie if you want me to hold off. We can, if you accept it, we can always come back and discuss it at a future meeting.
So is she able to present on?
Yeah, can she go ahead and do
And
the
then-
overview and present
right.
it, and then we'll take any questions, and we'll get back to you on that? We do have to meet that statutory requirement, so.
If she's, but she's speaking on it, but the thing is that many of us haven't reviewed it, haven't seen it, so we can't really accept, even though she's saying one thing, to actually approve and so anyways, that's my point of view.
Yeah, we
So,
can,
I
we can
think-
receive it. We
Okay.
can receive it.
Okay. And that will keep us in compliance, Dr. Hill?
And my recommendation is we continue as we're going, and then if there's some concerns, we can maybe table and ask. But, you know, we want to meet our deadline date, so I would just strongly recommend. I could see it if every year we were a mess, but we're not. It's pretty good, so that would be my.
We'll make sure in the future that you get a hard copy of this.
Okay, so we will hear it, accept it, and then dial back and make sure that we get a copy so we can ask additional, any input.
I got a copy.
But you are requested to have paper, the rest of us
I
didn't.
requested to have paper.
Yeah, the rest of us didn't. All right.
Okay, sorry about that. So our audit report then always starts off with our opinion, our independent auditor's report. That's our assurance to you regarding whether the financial statements as presented are materially stated based on our audit. And so our opinion tonight is an unmodified opinion on the financial statements. That is the highest level of assurance we can provide you. And that with that means that we do believe the financial statements as presented are materially stated. With that, I'll also add that, as if you recall from prior years, we've had the past couple years where we've had potential or audit adjustments. Maybe it was a couple years ago. I do want to point out that there were no audit adjustments to the financial statements this year, which means the information that you would have received back in September in your unaudited actual financial report, those numbers did not change from the unaudited data to the audited data. So there were no audit adjustments. Now, in addition to the opinion on the financial statements, we also provide you 3 other reports in this document. The first being the report on the internal controls over financial reporting. And that's not an opinion on internal controls, but it is a report designed to communicate if we do have control deficiencies that come up during the course of our audit. That can be a significant deficiency or a material weakness. And so that report actually is a clean report tonight, so we did not report any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in internal controls over financial reporting. We do also provide the opinion on your federal programs, and that is both a compliance and internal control report, and that's a clean report, so no findings on federal programs. And then under the state compliance, that once again is also an unmodified opinion, so there are no findings on state compliance. So going back to that original comment, it is a clean report this year. There are some comments in the back, as usual, observations that we bring to your attention outside of maybe what we would consider to be significant or material related to some ASBs and other observations. So there are still those types of comments in the back of the report that you're probably familiar with having seen in some prior years. But other than that, overall, it is considered a clean report.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, I was really glad to see that we had a clean report in all of the sections except ASB. ASB were a mess. There's an accountability, or they delay in accountability, and I don't know how we correct that because it's the sites. And Dr. Marsden, I understand that principals are the ones that need to monitor that and be in compliance, but it's the principals that are doing it. So I think that correct. Board, there's like, how many schools?
Well, what we visit every secondary school, and so it can be comprehensive in terms of the observations that come out of those visits. It is unique in that we do visit 100% of the school sites every year, but we do use that as an accountability measure for them.
And they're not like blatant, like, it's just that they delay in depositing money, or they forget to account for, receipt of money, and then put it in later, correct?
Yeah.
And that's not very good accounting
practices.
practices.
It's a lot of the types of issues we see, and I hate to say this, but it is somewhat regular that we see these types of issues with ASBs. I don't ever say that in a means of saying that it makes it okay. I think the biggest challenge we generally see with ASBs really relates to the folks, at the school sites who are accountable for those ASB records aren't technically accountants. We do have district oversight, which I think here the district has some great oversight roles at the district office that helps mitigate some of those comments and keeps them at bay. But when you have turnover and when you have folks in those roles who don't generally, they basically, they're doing that as a side job in conjunction with maybe office management and other functions. So it's not uncommon for us to see that in those types of roles.
Ms. Christakos, do we have in place any, procedures to streamline accountability of our
So Mr. Cunningham's office offers training every year. We actually have the auditors come in and provide, someone from the audit firm come in and provide the training. We've gone to a new system this year for the high schools, and it allows for more of the paperwork to be done online. It's web-based, and we believe that's going to help with the timeliness of some of the items. But it's like Ms. Gorospe said, when you have turnover, there's the learning curve, and it's very busy at the high school. And there's a lot of scrutiny around ASB because there is cash, and so we want to be very careful, and so the board's been great about having them.
I hope it's for all our schools, because it's also middle schools that are cited, and also
Right.
elementary schools.
So I think the
Decided.
middle schools, I'm trying to remember if they're transitioning this year to the new system as well. They're already on it, Jim? Okay, so they've already transitioned as well, which takes us to a web-based system that's more automated.
There's a couple of elementary schools, but you didn't go to all our schools, right?
We do all the secondaries because that's where there's more volume. And then at the elementary level, we select a few and then we'll rotate them over the course of a few years.
It looks like you did all our middle schools.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Hill?
Madam President, do we have full-time ASB secretaries at the middle and high school?
Yes.
Full-time? That's the only duty they do,
Well, I don't know if it's their only duty, there's their primary duty.
Can you repeat what he said?
High school, it is their primary full responsibility as ASB. Middle school, sometimes it's
Or
divided among other
elementary?
things.
Are you saying there's a clerk that is specifically designated?
Yeah, I think it's higher than a clerk. Technician.
Who is it? I can't hear him.
Technician.
An ASB technician.
Because when I was at San Andreas, and I know at Sierra, we had a secretary who did it all. And, you know, we always got negative reports, because some days we would just collect $2 and they want us to take it to the bank. You can answer the phone while you're running to the bank to deposit $2. So we didn't do it. Okay, thank you.
I didn't get a chance to see the report, but I know that in previous cases, I've always participated in the process. And I think one of my concerns is that it's only by pockets. They don't necessarily review everything that might be, and I understand you wouldn't be able to review everything, but I'm wondering how far in do you go in through with district as well? It may, you know, at the office area, do you review those documents as well? Because I know in previous time it wasn't necessarily done. And so I wanted to make sure that we're full transparent. I know that we don't want to have any errors, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we're going through the report thoroughly as well.
Yeah, so as it relates to district processes and internal controls, I would say half of the time we spend on the audit is focused on how does the district conduct business from a process and internal control standpoint. And we look at all major processes. Is this answering your question? Is that specific?
Well, I know there was issues the last time, and it was never caught by your company. So I was just curious if those things, how you do reports and so forth, so.
So I'm not sure what you're specifically referring to, but an audit is a risk-based approach. So using, information we gather during the course of, interviewing and talking with people, reviewing documents. We also look at things like where is the volume and where are the high dollars, because our goal is to provide you an opinion about material misstatement, right? So do we touch everything? No, everything is sample-based, and we look at it from a risk standpoint, meaning, where are we most susceptible to risk of material significant errors? And so we break down transactions in that way. So there could be things going on that maybe are on a very small scale for the district as a whole, and we may not choose to look at that particular area unless there's a very specific, maybe fraud risk that's been identified in that area. Because you're absolutely right. There's no way for us to look at everything. So we have to hone in on what is higher risk and what is more prone to a misstatement.
Are there any other? Okay, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And if there are any questions after, I'm happy to readdress those at any time.
Okay, and Janie, you will make sure that we all get an actual hard copy, and then we will entertain any other questions at a later date.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and Mr. Gallo said even if you can send it via electronically, it's fine. Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Gross.
Thank you. 8.2, Governor's January Update, Budget Proposal 2021.
Thank you, Board. And Ms. Christakis will provide us an update on the governor's proposed budget.
Board, as you're aware, the governor's January budget proposal is the first glimpse into the 2021 budget. We attended the workshop last week, and we're just going to give you some highlights this evening. As you know, we'll have more information that'll come forward at the May revise, and then in June, as well as when the budget is finally adopted. So some of the overall things that were talked about is the economic outlook is still strong, although growth is slowing down. And just caution that we are in the longest period of economic recovery since the Great Depression. Some of the governor's proposals specific to education is Prop 98, which is our funding source for education, is at an all-time high of $84 billion. It's about increased investment next year of about $3.8 billion, which primarily covers the COLA. In 2011-12, during the end of the Great Recession, Prop 98 was at $42 billion. And that is primarily the California state tax structure is so volatile, and you can see quite the difference in what was funded in Prop 98. The LCFF COLA is estimated at 2.29%, down from the 3% COLA that we presented to you at first interim. That does impact our budget. It's about $3.8 million less next year, and a cumulative impact over 3 years of $14.6 million. The governor is going to continue with school facility bonds. Some funding will be provided for California educator shortage. And then just the budget does create challenges as we face increased demands on our resources. The governor put a lot of attention on special education and early ed. He continues to pursue that all SELPAs will reach the statewide average of $557 per ADA. Ours is about $20 less per ADA. He proposes some one-time funding to serve preschoolers with disabilities, and some money to look at the SELPA governance and accountability structure. He, with part of it, the funding being one-time is challenging because we know early education is so important, and we know it's a great way to really help our youngest learners. But when it's one time, it's difficult to sustain or build new programs, so we really want to advocate for those ongoing dollars for early education. Other themes in the budget, he proposes greater transparency around LCFF and LCAP. The state auditor did audit 3 large school districts in California, and they felt that the state lacks information to better assess the effectiveness of LCFF. We will have a new template. Dr. Mitchell and Terry Komnick will be providing more information to you over the next several months. What's not in the budget is increased LCFF targets. We would like to be funded at the top of the nation like we were many, many years ago, and we're near the bottom in our per pupil funding, even with the LCFF and the higher economy. And so we want to really push for those targeted rates to be higher and competitive with other states. He did not propose any additional payments to CalSTRS and CalPERS. If you'll recall, last year he deposited about $3.15 billion to help offset the costs, but he's using that for other areas in the budget, and no one-time discretionary grants for the general fund. This chart illustrates how the COLA doesn't even cover what it takes to service the salary schedule. So when you look at step and column and then increase PERS and STRS, the COLA doesn't cover all of that. This shows the average school district in California, what that COLA represents, $231. It's a little higher for us, about $268 per ADA. And so you can see as the COLA is lower, it doesn't really cover the costs of doing business as we currently are doing business. We want to continue to advocate for more funds. This chart shows over the years, the dark blue shows the PERS rates as they've continued to go up, and the light blue, the STRS rate. You see the leveling off there of STRS a little sooner. CalSTRS Board has authority to increase or decrease the employer contribution rate with some restrictions to fully fund the unfunded liability by 2046, and they are limited at how much they can go up each year. And then just a reminder on our multi-year projections, they're required by AB 1200. Projections are not forecasts or predictions, they're just based on today's assumptions and decisions. And that's what we use to provide our multi-year projection to you and the county and the state. Based on these, the new information around the lower COLA, we took our first interim, and if we backed out all the one-time fundings and board priorities that we allocated this year with carryover, which is one-time dollars, and based on the assumptions that we know today, these are the reductions that we'd have to make in expenditures in the budget. About 15.2 million for next fiscal year, 12.1 for the following, and it could grow as much to 22.6 million in 22-23. So keep in mind the lower COLA has about a $14 million multi-year effect on our district. And then in closing, what's ahead, just keeping in mind that we want to be prepared for when the next recession hits, being aware that we are declining in enrollment, that health and welfare continues to, costs continue to go up. We have other costs that continue to go up, and what's not built into the budget is some of the impacts late start may have on us. And so, again, this is our first glimpse. We'll have more information for you with any recommendation reductions for the March 2nd interim report, and we'll continue through the year until we have a final budget adoption.
Thank you. And we'll start with Dr. Flores, and then we'll work on this side if you have questions.
Ms. Christakos, I believe that the governor gave us the bump in STRS and PERS in the May revise last year.
Last year, he contributed $3.15 billion outside of Prop 98.
Right.
And so that ultimately did help bring.
That was in May, right?
I think so. I'd
Yeah,
have to
I
look.
think it was in May. So right now, he's tentative. So hopefully he'll do that.
Right now, he's identified areas outside of education, some of the housing crisis, green technology, homelessness, and other areas that he wants to focus those dollars on.
Okay, but we're not in his face about this. The teachers are, the CTA, I hope is going to be in his office all the time. Typically for that. And then in terms of, my second question is related to SELPA. I can't remember which session, which.
Slide 4.
For SELPA, the ADA, how much, slide 4.
Yes.
That the target rate is $557.27 per ADA for all SELPA. And that is, we are our own SELPA. So what would be the total for all our special needs kids that we would get?
So Janet did a quick, Ms. King did a quick calculation. It's hard to tell in the language if we would get it all in 1 year or if it's going to be over a couple of years. And so we do have some questions in with the county, but it would be about 800,000, Janet, if they took us up to the statewide average. But they might not do it all in 1 year. It wasn't clear, but we'll know more over the next couple of months.
Okay, so by March, we should know. Okay. So is that per student?
Yeah, so SELPAs are funded on your total ADA for the school district, and you see that's a small amount per ADA.
Right.
So we have 48,000, our ADA is about 48,000, so we get funded for all of that because there's a percentage of students that have special needs, and that helps fund the SELPA.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Rosales Medina. Okay. Dr. Hill?
Thank you for the report, very good. Questions I have, are we getting any information from the federal government of either increases or decreases in education funding?
We didn't see anything in the proposal at this time.
Oh,
Flat funding for now.
so did we last year?
A little increase, I can get that information to you.
And I really don't need, I just want to know if we're at a standstill or we're going up or down, because I know the push was a lot for vouchers, and so I didn't know how that was affected.
Oh, yeah.
So there isn't a big discrepancy, Ms. King, you don't think any place at the federal level, and there is no projection that there might be a bucket load of money coming our way?
You're not on.
I don't think, oh, sorry.
Preliminary information I've seen from categorical programs indicated that so far it's projected to be flat funding at the same level. So we're not seeing any increases.
That includes special education, peer education, in all
I
areas?
haven't heard anything to indicate they're going in either direction at this point.
I don't need any further. Thank you.
Dr. Wyatt? Mr. Gallo?
Yeah, Janie, is there any thought about this STRS PERS scenario? Is it just going to, seems to be whatever the costs are, they've just passed on, and no consideration for additional investment type options that they might be considering, the STRS and PERS board and things? Has anybody talked about those kinds of things, how they can actually increase the, or put a little more, maybe accountability on the board to see that their investments, might be producing the, versus just dumping it on whatever happens to happen?
There are some political considerations of their board in some of the investments, and so I can get some more information for you, but they just know that unfunded liability was so huge. They passed most of that to us. The state does pay a little bit of it, but yeah, there were issues with the investments, as well as both boards operate slightly different.
Yeah, you can see the differences in
And PERS has
increases.
always been a little higher than STRS, but
Well, that's a
STRS, we
substantial.
have most of our salaries and payroll. Cost is still higher, but the rate is lower.
Okay, thanks. That's all I had.
Mr. Tillman?
Well, and at the conference, they said that there's some oppositions are going to be on the agenda, on the ballot. Is that this November? Additional funding?
You know, there's nothing right now. They pulled the
They what?
funding.
No, there was two different items for
There was an attempt to qualify the full and fair funding initiative,
Right.
but they've postponed that to 2022 now,
So-
in favor of the bond.
Okay. I thought there were two different groups doing it. Both groups pulled it?
Well, I think at first they just did one because they didn't want to be competing, right? And as you said, with ongoing, the large bond.
Is the bond just for construction?
Madam President, I,
Just one more.
okay, go ahead.
When Governor Brown passed the law to change retirement systems, did he change the one for PERS and STRS? Like for us, they changed it so that you can no longer, we have two tiers now in the county. So tier one is the old system. Tier two is you can't retire until you're 67. You only can make you cap out at a lot lower level. Did they do the same thing with PERS and STRS?
So I know with PERS, I think you have to go to 63, and with STRS, I'm not sure, but we can get that to you.
So you have two tiers also, right?
Yes, we do.
Essentially, you have to get older to get the multiplier. So the multiplier is it can go up to 2.4. You used to get there at 62. Now I think it takes till 65 or 66 to get to that top multiplier for your to place against your years of service.
PERS and PERS,
But
you
yeah,
have to go
the
later.
answer is yes. It takes longer to get to the maximum.
So at some point, that's going to save some money. And I will say, I just read a story where they say that there are a lot more rich people moving into California than are those that are moving out. I mean, the people that are moving out are poor and lower middle class, but I mean, it goes against the stereotype because the reality is people with more money are moving to California, and it makes sense. That's the reason why the cost of living is going up. But with that, there might be some potential with some of these propositions to get more money from the super rich like Mr. Gallo.
And Mr. Tillman was showing me the rate of per ADA in New York is like 26,000 per student, where it's 12,000 here. So they have much higher property taxes.
That is true.
So property taxes are a much more stable revenue source, and we don't have that.
Thank you. Dr. Forrest?
Yes, so I multiplied 48,000 times $557.27, and I got 748,480 dollars. So I don't know where the 800,000 came from that
It's
you
the
just told me.
difference between where we are at 530 something to the 557. So there's about a $20 difference.
Oh, I didn't know that. That wasn't in here.
No, that's just where they're trying to get everyone to the statewide average. Ours is about 539.
Okay, so we should put that in here.
Okay.
Because it kind of, a misnomer, because I was multiplying, and it looked like a lot of money.
That'd be great. I would take it in a minute.
Right. Okay.
All right, thank you. So we just need to pay attention to slide 11. Thank you for your reports. 8.3, Student Achievement Key Performance Indicator, School Climate and Culture Update 2018-2019 Student Services. Dr. Marsden?
Yes, thank you. We're excited to hear from Dr. Lorraine Perez's team as they present on this key performance indicator for our board. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Perez and her team.
And our newly promoted is on top of it right now.
I was trying not to tease her and tell her, welcome to the team. Now you could just slide right on over and present.
Exactly.
So we were not shy about her induction today. So good evening, board. We're pleased to be before you this evening to share information related to our district-wide climate and culture. So Board President Gwen Rogers, Vice President Dr. Scott Wyatt, esteemed board members and cabinet, it truly is our pleasure and Ms. Colleen Williams to be with me this evening on the eve of her promotion. We will be sharing this evening, we'll provide an update related to school climate and culture data. We'll share our current district's approach to supporting improved school climate and next steps to deepen consistent practices and build sustainability. The key measurables that we'll share with you tonight are based on information gathered from Panorama Survey, which is taken by 5th through 12th grade students in our district, as well as the Tiered Fidelity Inventory, which is based on a school's performance against criteria measuring practice and implementation of climate and culture, similar to things that you often hear about like PBIS. The results from the Panorama Survey indicate that both elementary and secondary students reported a greater sense of safety over the past 3 years. Elementary students' sense of belonging has decreased 4%, while secondary students indicated a 2% decrease. The Tiered Fidelity Inventory data shows schools deepening and refining their implementation practices, which has resulted in more schools being recognized by the California Coalition with a gold status. And this board is the recognition that you have oftentimes invited our schools up to recognize them for, and it is for that implementation really targeted on climate and culture. So in slide forward, in our district, we believe that by addressing social emotional learning of students as well as the adults that serve them, we can create optimal learning environments. This approach addresses safety, connection or sense of belonging, and learning. It is the combination of these three that creates the best possible conditions. It is possible to have an environment where students feel a high sense of safety and connection, but lack the high expectations that propel students to accomplish great things academically. We want environments that are conducive to all three, along with some balance. Tonight, we'll be sharing data specific to safety and sense of belonging or that connectedness for students with their school campus. The data has been disaggregated by elementary and secondary and further broken down by student group as well as program group. On slide 5, you see the elementary safety data, and of the 3,066 fifth grade students surveyed, 2,116 students indicate a feeling of safety at school. Looking at elementary trend data, which only represents fifth grade student responses, we see that over the past 3 years, there has been a 2% increase. On slide 6, we see the program group data, and in this data, we see that English learners and students with disabilities are sharing a slightly higher increase over the district's 2% average. As we look deeper at the data by program group, we can see an increase within all groups with the exception of our foster youth. Many times the efforts to meet the needs of our foster youth will require deeper intentionality, particularly as it relates to feelings of safety and belonging. And you can imagine why that would be the case if we have students who are in our foster system, might not have those connections with family and may have a tendency to not build those connections as rapidly. So just being aware of that and being more intentional about meeting their needs specifically. And board, you heard Angela Urquides in a previous board presentation talk about the strategy and approach that they use real intentionally in their department, where their folks are assigned to a group of students, so they're getting that extra attention, extra support, and have somebody that can one-on-one follow up with them. So that is our approach to addressing the needs that we see as the trend for our foster youth. Just calling out what is plain on paper, that is the area that we that jumped out to us when we saw this data, and have been digging into the data and looking at the students that actually impacts and addressing those things. On slide 7, you see the secondary data, and that represents the responses, again, from 6th through 12th grade students, and indicates a 4% increase over the past 3 years. Of the 19,664 students, 13,765 indicate a feeling of safety at school. While we're always striving for better, this information represents promise for us. 7 of the 8 student groups indicate either maintaining or increasing in the feeling of safety. On slide 8, you see the student data broken down by program group, and it's similar to the elementary data in that all groups saw an increase. These increases ranged from 1% to 4%, with the most significant increase occurring with our socioeconomically disadvantaged student group, which makes up 89% of those surveyed. On slide 9, the next set of data that we'll be walking you through is data related to connectedness or sense of belonging, and is definitely an area that has our attention. I know board specifically, you asked for this specific data around sense of belonging. What does that look like for our students in our district? And we had been looking at this data, and at a further board meeting, we'll provide in a BC broken down by school, broken down by grade level, what this data looks like real in depth. Today, we're going to share in the same format that we shared the safety data with you. Our overall elementary data, or again, the 5th grade students who responded, shows a 4% decrease in sense of belonging. Despite the overall data, African American, American Indian, Filipino, and Pacific Islander students reported more favorably and saw increases between 3 and 6% as it relates to their sense of belonging on their campus. The elementary data by program group is down for all students. English learners and foster youth saw the sharpest decline, while students with disabilities decreased by 1%. As we move to this secondary data, which again was our 6th through 12th grade students for sense of belonging, indicated a 2% decrease overall, with most student groups and program groups seeing between a 2 and 8% decrease over the past 3 years. While we did see some small inclines and some declines overall over 3 years, looking at the trend data, it was down 2 to 8%. And we've, like I said, we've been digging into this data, both by school, by grade level, knowing that our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students will need things drastically different than our 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade students, so keeping those things in mind, and really making sure that we're understanding the underlying potential issues as we have built supports to deploy to our school sites. And so considering this data, we have really used that to focus our efforts and align the supports that we're putting forth from the Swiss department. And so with that, I'm going to ask Colleen to share some data around the tiered fidelity inventory, and then she'll also walk us through what our current state is and then what our next steps will look like.
Good evening. Thank you for the warm welcome as we jump in. So as we look at building systems of support for students in their social, emotional, behavioral needs, we monitor and support implementation of climate and culture systems through an assessment called the Tiered Fidelity Inventory. Students that are receiving the supports from a school that is achieving a bronze level, those schools are beginning their implementation. They're starting to look at their data. They're meeting monthly and strategizing. When you move into the silver area, the tier 1 for all students is much more fluid and strengthened at those locations. And then our gold campuses are really building the supports for all of our students, and then some unique students as well in smaller groups. So as we look at that data, we are looking for increases in the higher caliber bronze, moving from bronze to silver and gold. And then as a district, we've also added a monetary benefit for school sites. So schools that are achieving bronze receive $500, silver receives $750, gold receives $1,000, and then the highest level, which we have some schools working on right now, platinum, will receive $1,500, and those monies are to be spent on student incentives. So going towards recognizing students who have positive behavior and encouraging those behaviors with some rewards as well. When we look at the areas of climate and culture that Dr. Perez spoke about, really unpacking the fact that all students and humans in general are hardwired for these 3 things. They need to be able to feel safe, they need to be connected to others, and they are available for learning. So they need all 3 of those entities in every environment that they walk into. So the more that we are able to create that in the school sites that our students arrive at daily, the more beneficial it will be for our students in the social emotional learning competencies. So if we do those things really well, our students will walk away equipped with knowing how to manage their emotions and their behaviors, to be able to hold healthy relationships both personally and professionally, that they'll navigate and create responsible decisions, not only in their own lives, but for their community as well. So as a district, we have some research-based, evidence-based initiatives that we do have adopted to utilize. So with our trauma-informed mindsets and wellness, we go after that sense of safety. And then our restorative practices or restorative justice, we build that sense of connection. And then the one you've probably heard about the most, the positive behavior interventions and supports, or PBIS, goes after that learning. So what do I do once I know that I feel safe and I'm connected, that we have the ability then to know how to navigate that learning environment as well. So then we look at, to address those panorama survey data components that Dr. Perez reviewed with you, we went after what are we doing with the sense of safety? How do we create that sense of safety right here, right now for our students in all of our environments? So one of the things we recognize is not only do the students need to feel safe, but so do our staff members, and so do our families and all of our stakeholders. So we support our staff with developing their mindsets and their practices that they utilize for students through a climate and culture team on every single campus. And so how we support that climate and culture team from the Student Wellness and Support Services Department is by helping support them analyze their data, make decisions around that data, and determine what professional development do their staff need so that students can benefit from those changes in all of our classrooms. And then supporting implementation so that we can walk classrooms with the school site administrators and looking for what practices should we see in place and calibrate that work together. Our hope is that each one of our environments that is creating safety through trauma-informed practices and mindsets are doing that for the most vulnerable population, but therefore also supporting every population that we have. And then in turn, the benefits for students is that we're focused on developing their self-awareness, how I feel, what I feel, and my behaviors that go with that, as well as our self-management and knowing how to set goals for myself, how do I achieve those little things and the long-term ones as well, and creating that sense of safety. Physical and mental, my physical and mental needs are met as well, and then I actually can engage in the academic environment once I can kind of relax in the environment and I feel safe. And then the sense of connection for us was the area where we saw a decrease in the Panorama student survey data, so we attacked that quite a bit. So making sure that we're strengthening that sense of connection for our students. We've aligned our restorative practices to developing the social awareness and relationship skills of social emotional learning competencies. So again, we're still supporting staff to be able to support students and encouraging that work together. So we have mindsets and practices trainings for staff, encouraging them to involve the people that are affected by decisions to be involved in that decision, right? So we do things with people rather than to them or for them. And then the practices, things that I know that you're familiar with, like community building circles. How do we build that sense of community in our classrooms and in our school sites? How do we build it across cultural differences and different grade levels, et cetera? And then making sure that we're developing those relationships even for our site administrators to be able to develop and connect with our staff so that our staff feels like they're in relationship with people on their campus as well and can strive with them just as we want our staff to turn around and strive with students as well. So our students benefit from this as well, feeling connected to people. They have a sense of practices to build relationships and also to maintain and repair relationships if and when harm is done. So making sure that we're developing their sense of community responsibility. So not only do they deserve certain things from their community, but they also have responsibilities to the community as well. And then lastly, we are excited about talking through our next steps as we move into 2020 and onward. So looking at how we support both our site administrators, our district support staff, and then our school climate and culture teams as well. So with our site administrators, we have been investing in their development of neurobiology, working with Dr. Nikki Elliott from the University of Laverne, and making sure that they're working on themselves and how they create environments where they're engaging with others, knowing whether or not they feel safe, whether or not they feel welcome, and whether or not they're supported in that environment. And then incorporating in the professional learning plans for all of our schools an area of focus around climate and culture. So what area, depending on the data of each one of the campuses, can they focus on in making improvements, with a strong suggestion around sense of connection as well. And then with our district staff, really encouraging the interdepartmental collaboration that has already begun with some projects, but making sure that all of our district support staff understand the multi-tiered system of support so that they can develop their presentations in that manner as well, so we know how to support all students, some students, and then some intense few students, so that we can get the right supports to all students to ensure all of them are successful. And then lastly, around the area of climate and culture teams at each one of our campuses, making sure that the student wellness and support services staff that are assigned as point of contacts for each one of those campuses can walk alongside the climate and culture teams, helping them develop their data analysis abilities, helping them look at their implementation of what's necessary to develop that full picture of what a climate and culture needs. So it's that sense of safety, that sense of connection, and the ability to be ready to learn. So looking at all those pieces, we have some big projects ahead of us, and we're excited about it. And then our last piece tonight of our presentation, we are excited to introduce to you Cretia Sims Robinson. She's our principal at Jones Elementary. She is actually one of those campuses that received the Gold Award from the PBIS Coalition. And so she's going to talk through what it looks like, sounds like, feels like at Jones Elementary when you build a gold campus. So welcome.
Thank you. Greetings, Board, President Gwen Rogers, Board members, Dr. Marsden and Cabinet. Jones started the journey of PBIS in February of 2015. We were a cohort of 6 schools. We had 4 days of PD that were geared to PBIS. The planning time was dedicated on how to provide PD to our staff. In that same year, we started to work establishing our Tier 1 system. We changed our vocabulary from teachers to educators to students to scholars. Our PBIS goal was to create welcome, safe, nurturing learning environments. 90 to 95% of our staff students consistently demonstrated behaviors, standards within safe, welcoming school culture to the 4-to-1, making a rigorous instruction of academic curriculum. We had PBIS staff development, motivating our staff for change, defining who we were at Jones and what was acceptable and what was not acceptable at Jones Elementary. We had our educators, parents, and scholars take surveys in order to receive feedback on PBIS. The surveys were to get better understanding what we wanted to see, hear, and feel on our campus. In 2013 school year, we had 128 suspensions before implementing PBIS. In the 2014-15 school year, we had 34 suspensions. We continue with staff development in the areas of voice levels, quality components, community building circles, strengthen PBIS system in Tier 1, documentation for low-level and high-level behaviors. We had the 3 Bs: be safe, be responsible, be respectful. Classroom expectations were by location. We had the 16 survival skills explicitly taught while posted in the classroom. We had a school-wide focus highlight during morning announcements. Our Tier 1 system components were used school-wide. We had a Tier 1 coach, Cindy Myers, who came out to our site to assist us with our PD. We had individual teacher coaching and parent training. We had monetary support from the Swiss department to implement PBIS. We had incentives for no office referrals. We had counselor-provided social groups and guidance lessons. We began planning our Tier 2 development. Educators attended the PBIS conference in March in San Francisco. We applied for civil recognition, and we were granted that. We had Grizzly tickets to redeem in our Grizzly store twice a month. We had Grizzly points enter in a weekly raffle. We had monthly PBIS pep rallies that's also with Avid. We had classroom recognition for attendance and behavior. We had a school-wide system to define how you teach the rules at recess, reinforced by playground supervisors and staff development. We provide PD to staff on the do's and don'ts of active supervision. In 2015-16 school year, we had 13 suspensions. We developed a process for educators to refer as scholars for Tier 2 intervention. We created a parent permission form, parent contact. We had parent mentor training. For our Tier 2 check-in, check-out, we created a daily progress report form to use by the mentor, the scholar, the educators, and signed by the parent. We had restorative practice for community circle building, and we also had MOUs in our classrooms, and we also had social group. But then in 16-17 school year, our suspension went back up to 19. Under the direction of Dr. Perez, we began a year school-wide expectations for when students come back from winter break, spring break. We just don't jump back into the academic, teaching them the expectations they need to learn because students forget. We continue with the Tier 2 support, continue with the pep rallies. We had data review, and so that data was brought back to the school within our climate and culture teams, and it's also brought back to our staff. And when I say staff, all staff, classified and certificated staff. We had a climate and culture team report, coaches received from district PD. We also had our sushi foundation. So we have our sushi that comes out third Monday to provide food for the families, but they also do character educational classes for our upper grade and also for our lower grade. We also applied for the TFI for Gold, and we received it. Our Tier 3 students received one-on-one via assistance from our HEART team through the sister department, and we're very grateful. So currently those Tier 3 students receive one-on-one support, 45 minutes to 60 minutes on every Thursday, sessions once a week. 17-18 school year, we had 13 suspensions. In the 18-19 school year, we only had 14 suspensions. In 2019-20 school year, we became a pilot school for SEL, Social Emotional Learning, receiving support from Student Wellness Swiss Department under the guidance of Dr. Perez, Colleen Williams, Cindy Myers, and Brenda Freshwater on SEL, self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision-making. This year, we're focusing on effective statements. These statements are the I statements in the structure, able to remove the D from the doer. Teachers and students are able to converse about behavior situation without blaming harm. So what did that sound like? Example, I feel frustrated when you interrupt the class because I work hard to prepare this activity, or I'm impressed with your answer to the assignment. Our staff has taken self-awareness and self-surveys, and we continue to have a stronger community circle. We have a committed team to our Tier 1 and Tier 2 with fidelity. To date, we only have one suspension at Jones Elementary. We continue to have gains in our academics and constantly building relationships with staff, scholars, and our parents. All of this hard work couldn't occur without our amazing educators, scholars, Jones community, and past administrations such as Ramon Velasco. Thank you for giving this time to shine for Jones. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to start with Mr. Tillman. Do you have any comments? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gallo, Dr. Wyatt?
Dr. Perez and Ms. Williams, thank you for the presentation. And a quick question for me, just the difference between a Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 scholar. So we kind of know as an audience here as well as.
So our Tier 1 is for all students. So all students actually get to participate in Tier 1. That involves all of the systems, the supports, the expectation setting, in every single classroom. It is what is necessary for at least 80% of your students to be successful. So every single campus, it doesn't look the same. It depends on what that set of students need to thrive. And then Tier 2 actually moves into students who are still benefiting from Tier 1, but need small group, maybe instruction or intervention on the side, might need a mentor to help coach or motivate. And then we monitor those kinds of supports. So what you're looking at here, this guy's looking at the pictures, is that in Jones Elementary, they have 93% of their students in Tier 1. Not that all of them don't benefit from Tier 1, but there are students who are successful with just Tier 1. And then 6% of their students are successful with Tier 1 and a little bit extra in Tier 2. And then they have a very small percentage of students that are getting that one-on-one support. And Ms. Sims Robinson was talking about the fact that those students are supported with the heart mental health therapy. So these are not students who necessarily have externalizing behaviors, but they may be students who have other things to work out. And so they're benefiting from a Tier 3 support, which is individualized just for one particular student and what they're working on. Hopefully that
Thank you
helps.
very much. And,
You're welcome.
very informed decision. I could see why you got a promotion here recently. And we probably need some Tier 1 interventions, just so you know, for the gentleman next to me, Mr. Gallo.
They never
Didn't
stop.
notice him during the presentation. He was a little bit off task.
I think it's more like a Tier 3.
Thank you, too.
Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for your report. I just had a couple of questions. I was looking at your elementary climate and culture survey, and I was looking at the drop in percentage drop at all areas, and with the African American was the only one that went up. And I said, well, that's unusual. Usually we on the other end. And so I was kind of impressed with that. But then when I got 2 pages down, when you got to the secondary, with a sense of belonging, it went down. So just wondering, do you recall if it was the same factors that caused it to go down, that caused it to go up? What might have happened?
So one of the pieces to recognize when we talk about an environment for students is that we start with safety. So the first and basic need that all humans have is that sense of safety. And I can't connect unless I feel safe. And so making sure that our students feel safe first, and that's one of the things that we've gone after even in our history of PBIS, and then making connections. So once they can kind of put their guard down, then that ability to make connections and really giving our staff a set of practices and mindsets on how do I build connections with students in a respectful way and in a positive manner. So even looking at the fact that our safety went up is, I think, encouraging for us to say the next natural step for us is to build that sense of connection and belonging.
Thank you. And my next question pertains to the staff. Your professional development, is it mandatory or is it else recommended?
So it's kind of multi-tiered in its involvement as well. So we have a couple things that are voluntary, where we have climate and culture coaches that are identified from every one of our campuses that come to monthly trainings. So in the sense that they're chosen from their site leadership to come and attend monthly meetings with us to learn those practices and mindsets so that they can in turn then become the site experts and develop that professional development back on their own campus. But the campus professional development is not voluntary. So it's part of their MOU time, their professional development time, or their staff meeting time once a month. So different principals implement it differently, but that part, as far as what our school site needs, is not voluntary, it's mandatory.
Good. And my final one is compliment Ms. Sims Robinson. With the area you're in, I know you have a high homeless and mobility area, and to get those suspensions down, I think that's wonderful. I just want to ask you a question now that's off the books. I know it's in the area because I also participating in marching in the area, walking in the area for the human trafficking. Can you give us the status? I probably should ask school police, but I'll ask you anyway, since you're there and you probably see it more than they do.
So yes, we still have a high percentage of the human trafficking, but at our site, once our kids come on our site, they're safe. And we tell them ignore distractions. Or I have gone and told them between this time and this time, please don't be around our campus. And they have honored that. They have respect that. But they come back in the morning, and then especially for our kids who on G Street to catch the bus at 7:30 in the morning. So I personally have talked to either the ladies or the guys to just please, the kids are walking, please honor our time and everything. And they've been very, very respectful with that matter of fact.
Good to know. So much.
Dr. Flores.
Yes, thank you so much for the report. It's really encouraging to know that, our kids are feeling safe and we're providing that safety at our schools. I do have some concerns about sense of belonging. And, the 4 points, 5 points, increase, I know our African-American kids have gone down, and so have our Hispanic, and in terms of a sense of belonging. I'm just wondering if you could create focus groups instead of just doing the survey, to ask the kids what would they need to feel, a sense of belonging. Surveys are okay, but the human-to-human contact to really get at their desires and their feelings. Have you done that? You've done any focus groups?
So we have done some empathy interviews with students. When we identified this area, sense of belonging, needing more attention, we have put efforts towards that. We need to continue to do it because there's so many students that we have not yet heard from. But part of our student advisory, the counseling student advisory that we had been running, we were getting input from students, but they were mostly high school students, input from them as well to hear what would help them connect. And a piece of the data that, because everything, it's very complex and there's a lot of data in Panorama, a piece of the data that you do not see here is that the students, there's a difference between the students feeling like they're connected to teachers versus other students. And so we also talked about this thing, the cell phone, being an aspect that is creating a barrier for students to feel connected to one another. Because even though they're sitting together, they're maybe not feeling connected because they're in their phone versus having conversations with one another and interacting in clubs and activities during, during the lunchtime and the quad or whatever the case may be. So there are a lot of things that we're observing as well as data that we're gathering. That's the qualitative data to hear the student voice.
Well, in particular, the English learners, the fifth graders, went down 8 percentage points. That's a lot. I think we need to, ask them. And to get that personal, touch. The Pacific, in the high schools too, it seems to have gone down. I mean, Pacific Islanders feel 7 points down in terms of their feeling connected. That raises in our foster youth as well. So I think targeting and getting focus groups, not individual interviews, but having them together. That's my only recommendation. Thank you so much. It's really enlightening. Thank you for the good work.
Ms. Medina?
Yes, likewise. Thank you so much for the presentation. This was really good information. And as I scroll down to, I moved to one of the slides, which is Secondary Climate and Culture Survey for Safety. by students, and there's different, of course, different program groups. And I wanted to ask this, because I'm going to mention regarding another group that's not listed in here. Are we following a certain guideline? Is it through the state that we're trying to look at these particular students, or is this something that we can add to?
So we follow a regular formula for reporting student groups. These are the student groups that are recognized by the state. And so we design our presentations around that so as to be consistent. But I think you were going to ask about.
Yes, to add.
Yeah,
So
adding
then,
student
and
groups.
when you, especially when you look at safety, and when you hear certain things regarding creating safe spaces, making sure all students are feeling safe, and this is where the LGBTQ portion would come into place. And I'm not sure, I know that there are several schools that are looking at how they're targeting, especially when you look at bullying and when you look at how they're being treated maybe, and maybe they're not feeling not safe. I don't know. Is that where we can try to add and look? And is that something that we can measure?
We can always attempt to measure that. I think some of the barriers that we run into is that students may not want to, we're counting on self-identification.
Right.
And students may or may not feel comfortable to share that, which also is an indicator of some safety issues,
Right.
if they're not comfortable to identify. And our survey does not break down by that, correct? So there is an identifier within the survey for a student to elect to say that they identify as LGBTQ. But there may be other ways that we can attempt to gather that data.
I'm wondering, within that survey,
Yes.
is this something that can be editable, or you can't? You can't change their system? Is the person who created it, can they add an extra button in there?
So the survey actually is fed from our ARIES demographic system. So whatever information is in our ARIES system, it uploads into Panorama for the student survey. So I, as a student, just have my own login information, so I don't fill out any demographic information myself. But as you were talking, I was thinking the gay-straight alliances at our high schools would be a great group of students to talk to and see, as a group, how are they feeling as far as their own safety in that area as well.
Okay. And thank you for that. And then looking at, I'm moving along, hold on. Where it says the tiered portion, and as you look at the different tiers from 16, 17, 17, 18, 18, 19, I see that there's about 39 schools that are accounted for, and then 43 for the next year, and then, of course, 18, 19 is 41 schools. Which schools are these? Are these elementary schools? Are these mixture between elementary and middle schools and high schools? And then what happened to the rest of the schools that are not listed in here?
So this is a mixture of elementary, middle, and high school schools, excuse me. And these are all of the schools who completed the Tiered Fidelity Inventory Assessment and sought recognition at the California PBIS Coalition. So these awards are given from the state-level organization, and they have set criteria for bronze, silver, and gold.
Okay.
So these are the schools who sought that recognition.
About the recognition, but it doesn't mean that we don't have schools that are not necessarily following what we need to be.
Correct. And we're hoping to get some increases in our medaling as well, with a little bit of the monetary encouragement for them too.
Is there a reason why they're not participating?
I mean, I think there's a variety of reasons, but we were really have an effort and intention around getting all of our schools to go through that process so that they have opportunity to reflect on their practice. And like you said, some schools may be doing really well. They're not being recognized for it, and we're missing an opportunity to lift those best practices from some of those other schools. So we're pushing that effort with our site leaders and having those conversations around, especially when we're on their campuses and seeing all these great practices and asking, hey, where are you with the TFI? And sometimes, things take effort, or like, oh, that's not on the front burner of, right now. So we're encouraging all of our school sites to do that through their climate and culture teams.
Okay, and then it was mentioned maybe possible incentive for them to try to make sure that they're participating. Okay. And then the final question, which is on the portion where creating safety, connection, and learning in schools, staff supports, student supports. So one thing is I want to know is exactly how we're doing this. Is this, I know that there was several therapy sessions or type of classes our teachers were taking and staff were taking. How are we implementing this in real life with the students as well as the staff? Is it a training that they took? Is this a program that's actually in the school site? What's it called?
I missed part of it. Was it the safety or the connection area?
It's the red one, so it's
safety.
Safety, yes.
So with safety, we have a series of things. So we have neurobiology that's working with our site leaders and a set of classroom teachers as well, to incorporate that in their classroom instruction, and for our site leaders to incorporate that with their staff on campuses as well. And then the trauma-informed mindset is also being laid in there for safety as well. So making sure that we're creating not only physical safety, but emotional and psychological safety as well, for our students and for our staff members.
And how is that being done?
So we're doing that through professional development. So we're using a series of practices that teachers would implement in their classrooms, but with the mindset of I'm doing this in a way that creates safety for everyone in my classroom. So I'm mindful of that. Also in making sure that I'm reading students' brain states. So if you come in kind of in your survival brain, I know what to do to get you to a place where you're ready to learn. Or if you come into the class or get to an emotional state, maybe something frustrated you before you got to my class, I know what to do to actually build connection and get you calm again.
Is that at a small scale, or is this at large school district that we're providing that? Or is this a few teachers that are going through the training, then they're piloting and trying to expand it? How is this, what does this look like?
Both and all of the above. So we have the climate and culture coaches that come to us monthly, and then they're able to develop that professional development on their own campuses as well. So they become the site experts to build that capacity on their campuses. And then we have some of our schools that are part of pilot programs that are getting intensive work as they build this out for their campuses as well.
Okay. All right. It's because I know that that's when you look with, when you address trauma, it's, you have to also look not just in the classroom, but maybe with counselors as well, and then with staff. So just making sure that we're doing that. Well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sims Robinson, for your leadership and providing us an exemplar model, and Jones and Ms. Williams for your work to support the fidelity of our efforts. And Dr. Perez, thank you for your passion. It's obvious it's through this work. Thank you.
Also, you all did a great job. And the only thing I would add on there is we may be able, I wonder if we could collect data from those that say, for example, they're at youth court, or those that have gotten into, I hate to use the word trouble, but have had some concerns. You know, what is their feelings of safety and belonging and connectedness now that these things have occurred? I would venture to think that their responses might be a little bit different. So I know you all give them all the surveys, but maybe that's something you can collaborate with youth court, or when a student has gotten suspended, or whatever the case may be, because they're the other percentage of the data that's not so good. And so they probably will have a different perspective or response than those that are just saying, it's pretty good for me now until I get in trouble. And then the perspective is different. Why did I get in trouble, or what went wrong? But thank you all, great presentation. We will now move to 9.1, board member comments. This is when you only have, no, not really. Okay, we will start with Ms. Rosales Medina.
Awesome. So during these past few weeks, I've actually been in conversation with several high school students and students that have graduated from high school in the last 2 years. And one of the concerns that they've had was regarding AVID, and how some of the students are although we have a great a great program, and more of our students are attending, but there are still many students who are not able to attend and are not able to receive the resources, are not able to learn, like you mentioned earlier, with regarding financial literacy, although that's probably in a separate setting, just understanding applications for college, what are the opportunities out there. So I'm wondering how we can address that at the high school level in making sure more students are attending. And if we need to open space or funding for that, that would be something I would like to do, because we are still creating that gap between students who are not receiving those. Another piece was regarding counselors. Many DACA students, students undocumented students, were not receiving the proper know-how of what to do next, especially when it comes to TIN numbers or other opportunities of applying for college. Some students didn't even realize that they could even apply for college, that they didn't even realize that they can actually get help and support for college. This is something that the counselors had never mentioned to them. So how can we make sure that more of our counselors are fully trained? Actually, all of our counselors are fully trained in ensuring that all students have access to opportunities, not just a few. And this would pertain to DACA students or students who can apply for DACA.
That's good.
And so far that one is. And I do want to say congratulations to Ryla and the whole team there. My son did go on my son Christian Medina, he attended the Ryla camp and he did enjoy it. So I wasn't sure if it was where the cost, because I know he mentioned a cost, but it was waived. Was that correct, right? And so that's good because that helped us as well. So many families out there. This was a great program. He did come back really motivated. And I want to congratulate the program as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Flores.
Yes, I only have one recommendation. I know we passed a resolution for supporting the 2020 census. And ICUC youth have approached me. And they would like to know how, I guess this might be in your area, Dr. Pettis and Dr. Volkmar, would like to go into our high schools or schools. I don't know what the procedure is. I direct them to you because we did pass a resolution that our district would support the 2020 census. And I'm not sure of the particulars. I don't know, Ms. Medina, I know that they've also spoke with you and then they came to our board as well. Do you have any
Another suggestion would actually have where they can come to our parent meetings, where they come to school site meetings and talk about the benefits of making sure that they do fill out the form and so forth, what that looks like. So I really do want to maybe have it incorporated, even if it's not, it would be great with ICUC, but I know Naleo specifically are bringing these type of programs, so if we can connect with them. I believe, I can actually text you her number, so she's the one that's working at the local level as well. So both organizations, because I know that we have a lot of schools, but we need to make sure that the complete count happens, because this is extra funding that would bring to our schools and our community and our city as well.
That was my only.
Thank you. And that census is important, so thank you for the information. Dr. Hill?
Thank you, Madam President. Due to lateness of time, I just have a couple of things I want to mention. One, I had conversation this weekend about ethnic studies. It's the class we introduced at 3 of our high schools, I guess about 3 years ago. Now I understand it's only at 2 of the high schools. So I'm hoping, Dr. Mitchell, that we could just get an update on where we are with that and maybe bringing those teachers in to talk about it.
Yes, happy to do that, Dr. Hill.
Okay, thank you so much. The other one is during our coffee and conversation with board members Saturday, everybody was almost in agreement. I say in agreement that we really need to revisit character education again. And again, we got to work with our young people just to remind you, a Human Trafficking Awareness Month is this month. And there's a walk this coming Saturday, starting at Children's Network. If you know where Chuck E. Cheese is, you're just right around the corner from that. And then there's that all-day workshop where Deputy Jones came last board meeting. I guess it's a sellout, so it will be at the Dorothy Ingram County Building. And I believe that is next week. But other than that, I just want to, is it Thursday? Okay, it's Thursday of this week. Wow. I just want to say I'm so proud of our students, our staff, classified and certificated for the good work you're doing. And it's good to be able to go out and see people comparing us to other districts and to see the kind of work we're doing. And as long as we continue to believe in our students, and that's what it takes, believing in our students and knowing they're all capable, every one of them, 100% capable of doing a great job, we are going to continue doing a good job. So I just want to say thanks. That's it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Dr. Wyatt?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few events that we attended, and I say we, there's quite a few of us there. Dr. Hill was there, and Madam President Gwen Rogers was there, and Ms. Abigail Medina Rosales was there, and Mr. Gallo was there, and Mr. I believe Tillman was there at our MLK prayer breakfast this weekend, and Dr. Marsden was there as well, and I believe some of our executive cabinet folks
Dr.
too.
Mitchell.
So, Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Volkemer, and did I forget anybody? All right, because it's pretty much our whole team. But the chief, I'm sorry, Chief was there too, and so again, just seeing great unity with our team representing our district, and obviously an incredible man and continuing his legacy. And then I had a first. I have never been in a parade. And so I was able to be in the MLK parade we had on the west side of town. And just really want to thank everybody that came out from the community and the folks that participated in the parade. It was a pretty unique and incredible experience. And I was fortunate to have Chief ride along with me because I got booted down a car thanks to the Queen. So I told him I'd sit on the tailgate,
Chief was
but
in
they
the
wouldn't
back
let me. But we drove Chief around. So again, just want to say thank you. And then just to echo what Dr. Hill said, again, thank you to all our staff for doing such an amazing job. And you know, the presentations tonight, there's a lot of work put into them. And just know we are paying attention, and sometimes we might nod off a little bit and get distracted, but they are very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo?
Thank you. Just want to give encouragement and see everybody here tomorrow. As you know, if you haven't mentioned it already, we will be inviting the public to come and participate in a forum that will basically develop characteristics we'd like to see in our superintendent. We'll have two sessions, one at 9:30 and one at 5:30 tomorrow, and hope to see this boardroom filled. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tillman?
Yes, I actually want to chime in about the events we went to for Martin Luther King Day. The breakfast, as usual, was always great. And I was very excited about the parade. I want to thank Chief Polino and the schools that work with the parade committee and Superintendent Marsden. I was born and raised on the west side of San Bernardino. You know, and from my perspective as an adult now, as a child it felt special, but as an adult, I had even a better feeling for what was important about having a parade there, because it was a very positive event. And just riding on the street and seeing the people who were there just to spectate, but interacting with those folks and just having that sense of goodwill and a sense of happiness, I think it was a great event. I want to send out a thanks to Councilwoman Basim Richard, because I know she led it from the city side, and it was, I think, it was the first
MLK.
Martin Luther King parade, but I hope there are many more to follow there on the west side, because it really does brighten up the west side and give them back their sense of pride. So thanks. If it wasn't for the help of the folks from the school district, trust me, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you for everybody who chipped in. It made a big difference. Thank you.
Dr. Hill?
Thanks. I forgot to mention one thing. Ms. Ontiveros and I had an opportunity, as well as Mr. Gallo, to go to the Crestview Terrace ceremony, which is a part of the Old Waterman Gardens. They're doing great things there. I was seated next to the representative from Bank of America, and I believe during 2020, their minimum wage will be at least $20 an hour, and they are going to work with the families, helping them purchase homes and do things of that nature. And there was another bank there who agreed. So sounds like some good things going to happen for people that, who are moving in that area. Thank you.
And it's trending on this side of the room that, yes.
I forgot to mention.
Dr. Flores.
I forgot to mention, and Mr. Tillman, you'll want this too. There's a new initiative, communities, schools and communities first, and it's supporting schools. So I hope that people will sign it in terms of the initiative. You know about it? You don't know about it? Okay, well, it's to get on the ballot for more money and more funding for schools, communities, yes.
All right, thank you. And ditto to a lot of the things you all said, I was able to scratch off on my list. And Dr. Hill had mentioned earlier, we shared in the venture of the community conversation, which was really good. You know, you have that opportunity to go out and speak with the community. You never know what those concerns may be, but our commitment is that during a board meeting, we obviously can't have lengthy dialogue, but we certainly want to hear from our community. And the topics that came up this past Saturday was the superintendent, facilities, and we're grateful for Janie, who came to support and ended up probably being most of the meeting, but was able to just answer questions that helped our community understand and navigate about our openness with our facilities, but what our expectations are. We talked about graduation rates. We talked about late start. We talked about bonds. And parent volunteering and bullying was really honed in towards the end of the conversation. And as Dr. Hill said, the character counts model came up, but the parents or the community that was there in the room was attacking the bullying side to say that, you know, this would really be helpful if we look back at having character counts, the model, which was Michael Josephson. And I even took it further to say at the beginning of school and during the intervals of when the students are going off on breaks and report cards, they can be reminded, you know, about empathy and respect for each other and understanding that each of them are different. So hopefully we can look at that as a district. There was another recommendation. Of course, the recreational aids did come up, and it was in a positive light to say, again, to help navigate some of the incidents that look or are bullying, you know, is beneficial. And we know, we even explained that there's costs behind it, but they were very understanding. Parents also raised the concern that those that are volunteering, they want some identifiable badge so that, and I feel their pain too. The sticker ones, you know, they end up under your arm, off, and it's nothing like being on a campus. Even me, and you know, I've born and raised in this community, and sometimes people call me either somebody else's name, not nasty names, but I mean the fact that you don't know my name, and so a parent probably has it even worse. And there's nothing like feeling like you're there to help, and then someone makes you feel like, why are you here? And you know, so we want our parents to feel welcome. So maybe you can look into that, whatever that identifiable thing could be. They mentioned that. I also want to mention again that vaping is a national epidemic, and we need to do something, whatever that something may look like. But if nothing else, we can get some. We do a great job with social media right now. I'm seeing some amazing things come out on social media from the district, but we need to do the same thing until we're able to get some more information and presentations around this epidemic with vaping, because this is worse than anything. You know, there is problems with it. The speaker that we saw last week at the Department of Behavioral Health, hopefully we can get them to come and do a presentation to just really get our hands around how this is just destroying our youth. you know, and if we don't say anything about it and educate our parents, which is what they spoke to in the room with us at our meeting, they want and need the education, and we're here to do that. That's our part. And those are my comments. We will now move to 9.2, superintendent and staff members.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple highlights. Board want a student recognition one. Congratulations to San Gregorio High School student Amarie Sanchez, who was selected to participate in the High School Honors Performance Series at Carnegie Hall in New York under the direction of world-renowned conductors. Amarie is an accomplished junior string bass player who is all-country, all Southern California, all state, and now with this opportunity, all nation. Keep up the great work, Amarie. And the two special board meetings were coming up tomorrow were already mentioned, both at 9:30 a.m. and 5:30 again, just to remind our public. And then also want to have a note for your calendar board for Friday, February 7th at 5:15 is the Academic Decathlon Awards Banquet. I know many of you like to be present for that, and again, that is Friday, February 7th at 5:15, and that'll be in Ontario. So please, if you're interested in attending, let Karen Cunningham or Carla Cross know. And then finally, board, we're needing some volunteers, maybe 2 or 3 of you might be interested to join the national recognition for Richardson Prep. They'll be recognized at the National Association of Elementary and Secondary Education Act School Recognition Program in Atlanta, Georgia on Thursday, February 6th. Now, I myself and a couple of our cabinet members are unable to attend, so if we do have 2 or 3 board members, that would be fantastic to show our support for the school. So we'd like to extend that invitation to you to attend this prestigious honor for the school. So with that, are there any volunteers that would like to at least look at say, yes, I'll look at my calendar and see if I can make that event? You got Ms. Rogers, Mr. Tillman, anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. That'll be fantastic. Thank you. Names are so noted.
Dr. Hill, does that mean you don't want to go with me?
All right, thank you.
But 3 of you can go. 3 of you could go.
Yes, all 3 of you can go.
You kind of said in the message you don't want to go
Dr.
with me.
Hill.
Fantastic.
You hurt my feelings, Dr. Hill.
No,
Thank
3
you,
of
board.
you can go.
Those are all my comments.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We are now at 10.1, approval of consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Are there items to pull? Yes, thank you. Dr. Wyatt. I don't hear anything.
You should call for the vote.
Okay, so is it, all right, I'm ready for the vote. I was ready with my pen. All right, it should be popping up. I don't see it. No, she just pointed me out. She told me to vote. Yes. I'll vote, yeah, aye. Are we unanimous? Man, that threw me off. No pulls. I don't know. We good? All right, motion carried. 11.2, personnel report. 11.1, I'm sorry, 11.1, personnel report.
As presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay. Are you going to be able to catch up with this? Okay, because I think it's going to go pretty speedy right now. No, is it me that, I. All right, motion carried. 11.3, resolution approving the annual 5-year reportable fees for fiscal year 2018. Did I skip two? I'm so sorry.
Happened to two.
So moved.
Wait, hold on. I clicked on the wrong one.
Okay.
Thank you. 11.2, resolution approving conditional renewal of charter petition for provisional accelerated learning, PAL.
So moved.
We have to read in an amendment,
thought you-
Ms. President. We have to read in an amendment
They didn't
to the resolution.
give it to me. They didn't bring it.
I was gonna read it in.
Oh, okay, yeah, no, they didn't bring me.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead. I was like,
So
where?
board, if you turn your attention to
Give me the-
page 3 of the amendment, the original language says by no later than March 21st, 2020, PAL shall provide copies of a valid certificate of occupancy, applicable permits, and/or other valid documentation for the Musqueam site at 2450 Blake Street. The original language that we're striking says, and San Bernardino site at 1671 North Sierra Way. As we discussed in closed session, this site is cleared, and so that language will be stricken. And we'll continue that. Verify that these facilities comply with Education Code Section 47610 and authorize PAL to offer instruction at the Musqueam site.
So moved.
Second.
Right, it's been moved and properly second. Let's vote. And if I'm not showing up, aye. All right, motion carried. We are now at 11.3, resolution approving the annual 5-year reportable fees for fiscal year 2018-2019.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Aye for me. It's not coming up. All right, motion carried. 11.4, board ongoing initiatives and reports.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and properly second. Let's vote. Aye for me. Okay, motion carried. Item 11.5, board top 10.
So moved.
Been moved and properly second. Let's vote.
Hold on, I have a discussion.
You have- okay,
I've
question?
noticed that there's 2 spaces in the item we can fill, 9 and 10. How should we select the ones we should fill in those spaces?
Mine's not opening.
Not opening?
Let's see, she said if you go in, there's 2 blank, is that what you're saying, Abigail?
Yeah,
There's
there's
2
two
blank, 9 and 10 are blank.
Determined.
Huh?
You have something to put in there? Or
Recommend what
you
you
want
I, only because I know that it might be a large expense, but this is something that we're gonna have to pass anyways. I know that we have the item for late start. Can we add that there? Since we're gonna still,
It's in your ongoing initiatives already.
is that, okay.
Maybe we should look at board follow-up items. There's
Mhm.
this one, if you click on that, you should have a list to be able to look at.
Okay.
He was saying in the board follow-up, it might be something to add.
Click on that, and then you should have an attachment to look at,
You can look at that before we take the vote.
make a recommendation.
Make a record. Okay, you can do that too. So would you all like to make a recommendation and let's vote on the top 10 as it is right now and make a recommendation at the next meeting?
At the next one is fine. I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure that we saw that there was 2 empty spaces that we can fill.
Thank you. So is there? Yes. I for me, if you don't have me. Motion carried. 11.6, board follow-up.
So move.
Second.
Moved and second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. I for me. Motion carried. 11.7, future agenda items.
So move.
Second.
Been moved in second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. I for me. All right, motion carried. 12.1, staff will review the list of requests and questions by board members. Dr. Volkmer.
Thank you, Madam President. If I might, though, just before I do that, I wanted to share two other great pieces of news about former students. They get great grounding with us, and then they go on to do great things. You probably heard that Cal State's women's volleyball team won their first ever national championship. One of the key players on that team was Jalen Hayes from Cajon High School. Let's give that a round of applause. And then just recently, the freshman All-American team was announced for college football, and Jaden Daniels from Cajon High School was selected as a true freshman All-American. Arizona State, where Jaden attends, had their best recruiting class in their history, and they're attributing it to Jaden and the future of the program that he's bringing. So, again, a very distinguished alumni from Cajon High School. So.
He won his bowl game. He played in the bowl game.
And they won their bowl game, absolutely. Yeah, so very exciting to see our alumni doing great things. Here are our follow-ups. Thank you for restoring my sanity on preferential voting. I could not think of that term. I will clarify that, get all the information for you, board, and put it in a BC around student board members voting. Temporarily, number 2, temporarily go back to making sure until we get our electronics figured out, that we have a paper copy and an electronic copy of documents that we need during the meeting. Number 3, work to gather data for our LGBTQ community in terms of our sense of belonging and other climate and culture measures, and we'll see what kind of form that could take. Number 4, explore expansion of AVID at the high school and what the costs of that might be associated with that. Number 5, make sure that counselors are trained to provide resources for all students to help ensure that all students know what's available to them.
And specifically targeting students with undocumented students. And then also having a way where it's, one of the concerns is that the insensitivity. One teacher even says, well, you shouldn't even be here. So we have to be mindful of making sure that those counselors, we have our counselors being sensitive and how they even ask the question.
Great. Thank you, Mrs. Rosales-Medina. Number 6, allow promotion in order to support our census efforts. So whether that's someone coming to a meeting, but make sure that we're allowing that promotion to occur to support census efforts. Number 7, provide an update on ethnic studies. Number 8, explore the Character Counts program. Number 9, review badging options for volunteers. And number 10, increase our efforts to respond to vaping and our students vaping.
Did you include in the culture climate possibly looking at the other like youth court and those students that have been in trouble, perhaps surveys or their perspective of how they feel they're safe?
I'll add that. Thank you, board.
All right, is that everything, board members? Did you capture everything you needed? All right, 13.1, adjournment of board meeting.
So move.
Second.
No, we are adjourning and we're done.
Mike, you could
15 minutes earlier. the agenda. No, it was something we can bring to our agenda meeting.